Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. Welcome to the American Enterprise Institute and to this conference marking the 30th anniversary of the publication of Making Men Moral, Civil Liberties and Public Morality by Robert P. George. Today's event is part of the Edward and Helen Hintz book forums at AEI. These forums provide a platform to host prominent authors for discussion of their forthcoming books on issues of national significance. We're very grateful to Edward and Helen Hintz for their tremendous support of AEI and deep commitment to our mission. I'm Joel Alisea. I'm a non-resident fellow here at AEI and a law professor at the Catholic University of America. Most relevantly, I'm the co-director of the project on Constitutional Originalism and the Catholic Intellectual Tradition at Catholic University, or CIT for short. CIT is a co-sponsor of this conference, along with AEI, the Pepperdine University School of Public Policy, and the Ethics and Public Policy Center. I know I speak not only for CIT, but also for Pepperdine and EPPC when I thank AEI, and especially Yuval Levin, for generously agreeing to host this conference and for the great work of the staff here in organizing it. CIT explores the relevance of the Catholic intellectual tradition for American constitutionalism, and one of the ways we do that is by sponsoring conferences and events like this one. You can learn more about us at cit.catholic.edu. This is exactly the kind of conference that CIT is interested in sponsoring because, as I'll discuss in my remarks during the final panel tomorrow, where I'll be a panelist, foundational questions of constitutional law cannot be divorced from foundational questions of political morality. And in the last 30 years, few books on political morality have been as important as Making Men Moral. Over the next 2 days, we will explore what made the book essential reading when it was first published, as well as its continuing relevance today. And I want to stress that the book does remain very relevant to today's debates. We live in a time of increasing skepticism of liberalism on both the right and the left. On the right, many have criticized liberalism as morally empty proceduralism and as a failed attempt to cleanse the public square of robust moral claims, including those from within the Catholic intellectual tradition. And on the left, many have echoed the same charge of morally empty proceduralism and have criticized liberalism for being insufficiently radical on matters pertaining to race, sex, gender, economic redistribution, and other issues. What makes Making Men Moral so relevant to these debates is that it is both critical of liberalism as an ideology or political philosophy, and sympathetic to some of the values and principles, especially in the domain of civil liberties, for which liberals claim to be the foremost champions, if not indeed the discoverers. It argues that liberal moral and anthropological ideas cannot provide a truly secure basis for these values and principles, and proposes an alternative set of moral and anthropological ideas drawn from the natural law tradition that might place them on a more solid footing and shape them in ways that are consistent with a due regard for public morality. If you are dissatisfied with aspects of the liberal tradition, or if you just generally seek an intellectually rigorous and morally serious way to think through the tumultuous political debates of our time, you would do well to begin by reading Making Men Moral. It is therefore right that we mark the 30th anniversary of the book's publication with this conference, and we have a truly stellar cast of panelists and speakers over the next 2 days. We're going to kick things off with a conversation with the book's author, Professor Robert P. George, an AEI non-resident senior fellow and Princeton's McCormick Professor of Jurisprudence. He'll be interviewed by the president of the Ethics and Public Policy Center, a co-sponsor of this conference, Ryan T. Anderson. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Well, thank you, Joel, and thank you to everyone for being here. This is a great turnout. And I should also thank Joel. He did the yeoman's share of the 4 co-sponsoring organizations in organizing things, and so thank you for that. And thank you to AEI. At EPPC, we don't have a facility like this, and this is beautiful. It's a beautiful building, beautiful room to be gathered in. I want to start by, most of you know who Robbie is, but I want to say just a little bit about Robbie for those of you who don't know him as well as I do. My first job out of college, I was an undergraduate at Princeton. I had the good fortune of not taking any of his classes, which meant I did not kill my GPA, because Robbie doesn't believe in giving A's. I was a music major, so I had no reason to take any of his classes. But then I was his research assistant because none of his students actually agreed with him. And it was actually hard to find a Princeton graduating senior who agree with Robbie. And so my first job for him was to help him with his book titled Embryo, A Defense of Human Life. Then it was helping him with work in the defense of marriage. And then the rest is history, because we've now co-authored a number of articles, books, op-eds, et cetera, et cetera. He's also now my board vice chair, so he's my boss. So he's still my boss 20 years later. But for those of you who don't know him as well as some of his students do, he grew up in West Virginia picking banjos, then went to Swarthmore undergrad for college, Harvard for law school and for divinity school. Not as many people know that he has the degree from Harvard Divinity School. And then Oxford for his doctoral studies, where he studied with John Finnis, with Joseph Raz, with Ronald Dworkin. And the reason I mention those names, two of those people have chapters devoted to them where they come in for pretty searing critiques from Robbie. And then the third person he utilizes in making those critiques. So the book itself pulls no punches, I guess is the way of saying it. And when he finished his education at Oxford, he lands first-time job, tenure-track job at Princeton. And this is the book that he writes in an attempt to get tenure at Princeton, criticizing the reigning orthodoxy of the Princeton politics department, criticizing two of his advisors and mentors at Oxford, and deploying a theory of natural law that was fairly controversial, even within natural law circles. So that's where I want to start, because there's more I could say. He's an advisor to popes and to presidents. He served on the U.S. Commission of Civil Rights.
Not this pope, not this president.
You said it, not I. Various U.S. commissions on civil rights, on bioethics, international religious liberty, and a lot of other things. And we're going to get to some of those other things later on with the questions. But I want to start with the book, because you're an untenured professor at Princeton, and you write this. What were you hoping to accomplish?
Well, first, let me thank the American Enterprise Institute for hosting today, and thank the co-sponsors of this event. Special thanks to the driving forces, Joel Alicia of Catholic University, and Pete Peterson. Where is Pete? Pete is right there from the School of Public Policy at Pepperdine University, where I have the honor of being an honorary professor. And of course, Ryan Anderson and the Ethics and Public Policy Center, and AEI, and especially my beloved friend Yuval Levin and his boss, Robert Doerr, for hosting this. It's wonderful to have the opportunity to come back and revisit this book 30 years later, and you guys can tell me what I got wrong. I still can't find anything in there I disagree with, so I'm going to be on the spot to defend all the stuff that I said in the book. I'm not going to take the easy way out by saying, "Oh, I no longer agree with that." Well, what was I trying to accomplish? I wanted to overthrow liberalism. The liberalism of the time, in any case, what was regarded as liberal theory. I think it's very important, especially for younger people, to understand the way in which the towering figure of John Rawls hovered over academic political theory, political philosophy in those days, really from the publication of his first book, A Theory of Justice, in 1971, forward. Rawls was the dominant and dominating theorist. His general approach to liberalism, the so-called anti-perfectionist approach, was adopted by the leading political philosophers, many of the leading political philosophers of his time, including those whose work was also important in philosophy of law, such as my teacher, Ronald Dworkin. And the basic idea there was that for justice to be done, law and public policy, especially on controversial questions and certainly on questions of what Rawls would later call constitutional essentials and matters of basic justice, law and policy must avoid being based on appeals to premises about what makes for or detracts from a valuable and morally worthy way of life. That's the concept of anti-perfectionism, that law should be, for all intents and purposes, neutral as to questions of meaning and value, goodness, in order to be just. And Rawls develops an elaborate theory with a wonderful heuristic device known as the original position. I'm sure we'll go into that a lot over the course of the next 2 days, in order to show how you would make public policy if you adopted those anti-perfectionist premises. And by the time it came along, by the time I was in college, this was orthodoxy. And certainly in graduate school, when I was in graduate school, this was orthodoxy. Almost everybody, apart from those on the far left, apart from the Marxist wing of political theory, just about everybody accepted some version of anti-perfectionist liberalism, not only as the correct liberalism, but as the correct political philosophy, and it just seemed to me to be wrong.
So I have 2 follow-ups. First, you said you wanted to overthrow liberalism.
Right.
But I've reliably been informed by people on Twitter, including former colleagues of yours at Princeton, that you actually are a right liberal,
Yeah.
and that you are a defender of liberalism. Can you explain the apparent tension?
Well, in the final chapter of Making Men Moral, I propound a theory of civil liberties that defends basic civil liberties principles: freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, the right to petition the government for redress of grievances, due process of law, the equal protection of the laws. I defend those as true and good principles, although I argue that they should not be defended the way liberals defend them, nor should they be understood the way at least the liberals of those days, the Rawls and Dworkin type liberals, understood them, that there's a better way to understand them and there's a more secure foundation for them. And here I'm drawing on the natural law tradition going all the way back into antiquity, drawing on the writings of Plato and Aristotle, medieval thinkers such as Aquinas, certain Enlightenment thinkers, modern thinkers such as my teacher, John Finnis, or contemporary thinkers such as John Finnis. So I wanted to show that there's a better way to defend those liberties on questions on which conservatives and liberals tend to disagree. I thought I could also show that conservatives generally have the superior understanding of the scope and limits and the contours of those liberties. And I guess it's because I actually do believe in freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom of assembly and freedom of the press and due process of law and equal protection of the laws that some people who style themselves now as being on the conservative side regard me as a liberal. But I haven't changed. I'm the same guy. So the same guy who was known as a ferocious critic of liberalism in 1993 when this book was published believes everything that he did then, but from the perspective of some people now on the right, that makes that guy a liberal.
All right, and so then the second follow-up, and you hit on it actually with your answer just now, when you mentioned Aristotle and Aquinas, what you refer to as the central tradition in the book, in that first substantive chapter, you kind of sketch that out as an alternative to reigning liberal orthodoxy, but you also make some criticisms of it. Mm-hmm. Can you sketch both what you describe as the central tradition and then what you think of as some of the limitations to that tradition and what you were trying to refine there?
Well, the label the central tradition I borrow from the great liberal thinker Sir Isaiah Berlin. Berlin names that tradition that begins with the Greeks and goes up through the medievals and through the Renaissance and Reformation and even through the Enlightenment as the central tradition. The tradition that is now abandoned by modern contemporary liberals, not only of the Rawls-Dworkin sort, but also of the Obama, Biden, Schumer sort in politics. And so I wanted to show that there was much that was sound that was being thrown overboard by contemporary liberals in the central tradition. And indeed, the central tradition had the resources within it on which we could draw to reform the parts that were not sound. Now, why were the parts that were unsound in my opinion? I think they were unsound because they failed to attend to the ways in which basic civil liberties do need to be in place securely for the ultimate goal, which is the integral flourishing of human beings, to be achieved. If we understand the Aristotelian principle of eudaimonia properly, we will see that even figures like Aristotle, and in some respects Aquinas and others, are simply failing to see the respects in which certain liberties that they themselves were not prepared to defend or embrace really need to be embraced and defended if human beings are to flourish. Which led me many years later to join together with a brilliant young fella who was a friend of mine and former research assistant to write a paper called The Baby in the Bathwater, where essentially we said, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, just as there are some truths that are defended by liberals, even though they're wrong, about the foundations of those truths and about the contours of in some respects, the contours of the liberties that they want to defend. We want to preserve the truths while correcting the stuff that's wrong. Well, the same could be said of the central tradition from another perspective. There are very important truths. I think it's fundamentally sound, for example, in its understanding that ethics has to be based on a concern for the well-being, the flourishing, the fulfillment of human beings in the manifold dimensions in which we can be fulfilled. But at the same time, if you attend to what that flourishing does require, you'll see that the medievals and the ancients very often failed to understand the importance of what we would today call civil liberties.
So it sounds like what you're arguing here is for a both and, which is the subtitle of the book, Civil Liberties and Public Morality.
That's correct.
And that a lot of your critics, both today and 30 years ago, tend to overemphasize one or the other. And you want to hold both together, and with a certain amount of tension, constructive tension.
I'm not sure that there's all that much tension.
Okay.
My point is that our concern for public morality and our concern for civil liberties are rooted in the same considerations, and that is the flourishing, the well-being, the fulfillment of the human being in the manifold dimensions in which we are to be fulfilled. One of my foundational arguments, and here I'm drawing heavily on Professor Finis, who in turn is drawing heavily on Aquinas, who in turn is drawing heavily on Aristotle, is that the human good is variegated. The goods of the human being, the respects in which we can flourish are variegated. There's not just one human good. There are many diverse, irreducible forms of or aspects of human well-being and fulfillment. And we've got to attend to all of them and give all of them their due if we're to establish sound principles of morality, including principles of justice. So that's what I try to do, and I try to show that this consideration of these principles, integrally conceived, will give us the need for respect for basic liberties like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, due process of law, equal protection, but also a concern for public morality. We would make a very bad mistake if we went down the Rawlsian Dworkinian road and tried to fashion our public policy without regard for what makes for or detracts from a valuable and morally worthy way of life. But that doesn't mean that we would do well to abandon basic civil liberties.
Yep. Let me say one word about why I think you do think there's a healthy tension. Just because even in the answer you gave there, when you point to the example of free speech, there is a certain critic of free speech who's focused so much on public morality that they want to ban hate speech, or they want to ban speech that truly is immoral. And you would agree that that speech act is immoral, but you think it does deserve the law's protection. And that's the tension I'm getting at. And invite you just to say a few words about that.
If that's the tension, yeah, so that's a tension. But I want to stress that my concern for freedom of speech is rooted in the same concerns that support my defense of public morality. Mm-hmm. And that is the well-being, the flourishing of human beings. The very thing that the dominant liberals of the second half of the 20th century and into the 21st century said were illegitimate bases for the fashioning of law and public policy. A concern for the well-being, the flourishing of human beings, the human good. Remember Rawls's principle, the priority of the right to the good. All right? We need to fashion our conceptions of political justice, including our conceptions of rights, independently of controversial ideas of the human good, what makes for or detracts from a valuable and morally worthy way of life. That's what I think is wrong. And I think if we do attend to what makes for or detracts from a valuable and morally worthy way of life, we're going to see that we need protection for public morality and we need protection for civil liberties. Now, can people exercise their liberties in ways that harm public morality? The answer to that is yes. If that's the tension you're interested in, then yes.
Yeah.
I'll say there is a tension. But the concern is rooted in the same set of foundational principles.
And the reason I mention that is it strikes me that there's impatience on both the left and the right, wanting to promote a vision of the good, and everyone has a vision of the good, to kind of short circuit some of the laws that actually will, over the long run, get us to that good. And so, like what you just described there, you may need to tolerate certain immoral speech acts and even protect them in law, precisely for the good of pursuit of truth, knowledge of the truth.
And this is no novel claim of mine, nor can I accuse the central tradition of having failed to notice it. Aquinas himself, in the sections of the Summa Theologia, which we've come to call the Treatise on Law, raises the question, can you enforce all the virtues? Can you prohibit all the vices? And the answer is no, you can't enforce all the virtues or prohibit all the vices. And again, for the same reasons I say that, the very considerations that lead you to judge such and so to be morally good or morally bad will sometimes lead you to consider that we would do more harm than good if we tried to, for example, ban this or that.
Yep. So let's turn more to Rawls, Dworkin, Waldron, all of the bad guys as you know, the people you're engaging in the book. Say a little bit more about the anti-perfectionism and then also the paternalism, because I think sometimes those two ideas get conflated. You know, because one's dealing with, you know, what are we looking to when we think about fundamental justice and law, and the other is the question of, can the state promote some conception of the good, and can the state prohibit some conception of self-regarding evil? We'll put it that way.
So here I think it's important to introduce another distinction that I rely on heavily in the book, and that is the distinction between principled grounds for governmental restraint or withdrawal and prudential grounds. I think that the liberalism I'm criticizing, the Rawlsian, Dworkinian, anti-perfectionist liberalism, vastly exaggerates the extent to which principle forbids governmental intrusion into certain spheres of life. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't good reasons for government to recede or avoid getting, for example, too deeply into family matters, even if bad things are going on in the family. Sometimes the government's got to intervene, child abuse, spousal, domestic violence, those kinds of things. But in general, you don't want the government going in there, less as a matter of principle, more as a matter of prudence. The government's going to do a lot more harm than good. There will be too many opportunities for the governmental abuse of power, the things we're seeing right now with government intruding into family decision-making. So, you know, that was a distinction that I wanted to revive, right. The distinction between prudential reasons for governmental restraint and principled reasons. So I was critical of what Harry Blackman would call the right to privacy, what Ronald Dworkin called the right to moral independence, this idea that it's unjust to prohibit certain forms of immoral behavior. There's sometimes good reasons not to prohibit certain forms of immoral behavior. Aquinas himself says so. But it's not because they would be unjust in principle. It's because of the harm to human well-being that would likely come as a result of government intrusion. Either government would do it badly, or there are too many opportunities for abuse, or there would be so many negative externalities, or they would be so severe that we would be better off tolerating the vices.
So how does what you just described, your own vision, the Rawlsian, Dworkinian vision, how do those two compare to the founders' vision of liberalism?
Oh, okay. Well, I want to claim the founders as my own, of course. Yeah, I mean, the founders, sometimes people go wrong here because they imagine that the founders' political morality is embodied precisely in their design for the national government. And of course, their design for the national government is for a government of delegated and enumerated powers. So there are going to be lots of things that are out of bounds for the national government. I don't think we should read them as saying, therefore, we believe no government should ever do those things or intrude into those areas. We have to remember that they understood the states as governments of a general jurisdiction exercising police powers, and It's in the states that considerations of human well-being, it's in the states that the kinds of considerations that Rawls would want to rule out, the founders would see as perfectly legitimate, and I see as perfectly legitimate as well.
Yeah.
And that will sometimes extend to paternalistic laws. So in the book, I'm prepared to defend laws against not wearing a seatbelt, requiring wearing a motorcycle helmet, laws against the use of recreational drugs, those sorts of things, even in their paternalistic dimension. Now, lots of times you have laws that are motivated by a mix of considerations or a mix of motivations, some of which are paternalistic, some of which are not. But I'm prepared to defend even the paternalistic aspects.
I only want to stay on the book for another minute or two before getting to other aspects of the past 30 years for you. But I reread the book over the past 2 weeks, which was interesting because, as you can see on the cover here, the cover is a little provocative for children. And so I got many questions from my children as they saw me sitting by the fire reading this. But all of the questions were focused on, why is the mother dropping the baby? Why isn't anyone catching the baby? So I think as they get older, there'll be other questions that are asked when I reread the book. But one of the most interesting, and it was helpful for me because I had forgotten this part, where you distinguish the two senses of autonomy. It's in the chapter where you're discussing Joseph Raz. And in particular, when you talk about what Kant himself was prepared to defend versus what today's Kantians are willing to defend, it's the personal autonomy and the moral autonomy. Can you just explain in kind of accessible language what that is? Because I think that actually drives a lot of misunderstandings about autonomy today.
Sure. So when you speak of autonomy today, people will hear you as speaking of the people being able to do whatever they want, being able to do what they want, whatever it is they want to do. Well, that's one meaning of the term autonomy, and it's the dominant meaning today. But there's an older meaning, one that still occasionally you run into. It's still in use in moral philosophy. And this is where autonomy means having complete control over your desires. So you're not doing whatever you want to do. You're doing what you believe based on faith or reason or both you should do, even in the face of powerful motives to act on these wayward desires. So the truly autonomous person is the truly self-possessed person, the person who has the virtue of self-mastery. Again, that's the opposite of what your typical college dorm discussion means by autonomy. If the word comes up at all, it means doing whatever you want to do.
And which, a closely related word, liberty, which conception of liberty would you say the founders would have had?
Oh, well, of course.
Because it strikes me that the true versions of autonomy you just gave, you can distinguish liberty from license in a way that a certain conception of liberty today can't make that distinction.
Yeah, you've anticipated the answer to the question. Famously, or I suppose from one point of view infamously, the founders distinguish freedom from license or liberty from license. Liberty is the liberty to make reasonable decisions within the domain of one's life so that one can in fact be the author of one's life, what Joseph Raz says we should aspire to, autonomy in that sense. Yes, that's what they meant by liberty, but that did not mean the right to make unreasonable or immoral decisions. Now, there may be some reasons, again, for law and the state to stay their hands when it comes to prohibiting certain sorts of acts, even if they are immoral, but we would still recognize those not as acts of liberty, but as abuses of liberty or acts of license, licentiousness.
So moving beyond the book to the book's reception a little bit, what do you think the reaction from the left has been, the liberal left here? Have they learned from the book? Do they still disagree with it? Has there been any movement there? And then on the flip side, your critics on the right. Like, how do you kind of situate where the book is today, given both academic debates about political theory, but also then on-the-ground debates about politics?
Well, for the first half of that question, how was it received by the left? I got tenure. And there were no conservatives in my department. Well, there was one, actually. There was just John DiIulio, the great John DiIulio, who was here, one conservative he was a Democrat, but still a conservative in the department when I was coming up for tenure. So I think the book was received as, well, you know, he's wrong, but he's got some important things to say here. He raises some challenges that really do need to be answered. I think for some of my critics, and some were even kind enough to say, we don't quite know how to answer him. We're sure he's wrong, but we're not quite sure how
They have faith.
he's wrong. So have faith, exactly. You know, the great, late, wonderful man, liberal political philosopher, Geoffrey Murphy, wrote in his review that I have to admit that Professor George's book has made me very nervous about my commitments to liberalism. Well, I'll take that. I mean, that said to me, you know, I've made some points that are at least challenging people on the left and making them think. Now, my real nightmare is this, that the contemporary leftist who was not around in 1993, but might have now run into the book, might look at it and say, oh yeah, he's right. You know, neutralist liberalism, that's completely wrong. It's not only can law not be neutral, as George says, all his arguments work, law shouldn't be neutral with respect to fundamental moral questions. Law should embody a vision, and law should be willing to impose that vision, and we're doing it. You know, transgenderism, woke ideology, this is not neutral, and Robert George has licensed us because he says we don't have to be neutral.
I mean, wouldn't you say that's what's really going on with the baker, the florist, the photographer? I mean, this isn't about
absolutely.
blocking access to certain goods.
No,
it's
because
about morals legislation.
Yeah, that's right. But civil rights legislation generally is morals legislation. It works by creating a certain, helping to establish and maintain a certain moral ecology, as I say in the book, a certain set of understandings and expectations that inform people's consciousness, their ideas, their beliefs. So I mean, I think people on today's left could say, oh yeah, you know, he's completely right about in his critique of Rawls and Dworkin and the old liberalism, and so we're taking him at his word. We're taking his advice. We're going to impose a moral vision here. Now, I wish they'd read that last chapter about respect for civil liberties, but maybe they'll get there eventually.
It's interesting that none of the Rawlsians came to the defense of the baker, the florist, or the photographer.
Is that quite right? Help me out, Sharif Girgis. Sharif is in the room. I think maybe someone like Andy Koppelman stepped up to defend at least some of the claims of the baker and the florist. Sharif has disappeared.
No, he's over there.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah. I do think there were a few
more sympathetic
I think that
the
there are a
rest,
few. If
but
Andy is not a good example, I'll have to check with Andy on this or look up some of his writings. If not Andy, I do think there were a small number of believers in the old-time religion of liberalism who said, yeah, you know, we've got to give some room at least for the florist and the baker and the wedding planner.
How about reception on the right and today's debates?
Well, the critique from the right is exactly what you mentioned earlier, and that is that, or I'm sorry, Joel mentioned in his introduction that they think I've actually bought into, at least to some extent, bought into Rawlsian liberalism. So they're not so thrilled about that last chapter, which does provide the strong defense of civil liberties, because it does look to them too libertarian. It looks to them as though I'm allowing for too much bad conduct under the banner of civil liberties. So they would want to repress, or at least authorize or license the repression of some forms of bad speech, hate speech, for example, that if you buy my argument, we shouldn't repress. Not because the speech is good, but because the human good on the whole is served by allowing for robust free speech. I mean, basically in that chapter, I go a long way along with somebody who I criticize in much of the rest of the book, and that is John Stuart Mill. If you look at Mill's second chapter of On Liberty, the chapter called Of Liberty and Thought and Discussion, Mill makes the case for freedom of speech, a very strong case for a very robust conception of freedom of speech, not on the basis of there not being any truth. Mill believes there is a truth, but on the basis of the claim that we need to be able to engage each other, challenge each other, put controversial theses on the table, consider radical ideas, if we are to move from being fallible human beings, move from error to truth, or get deeper into the truth, or get closer to it, or acquire a deeper understanding of the truth. And that all seems right to me. I have my own critique of Mill, and most of what I say about Mill in the book is negative, but I do think that he's right about that. What Mill gives us is a perfectionist account of liberalism. And so when it comes to something like free speech, he and I are really on the same page. Now, of course, I'm not a utilitarian, and he is. Although, as my student who will be on the program later, young John DiIulio, argues in his wonderful new book, Mill might not be quite so distant from Aristotle as we all thought.
So when you mention Mill and free speech and some of your work on academic freedom, it leads me to ask you a personal question. All of the debates that you've been engaged in, written debates, public debates, talking with your colleagues, on what issues have those led you to change your mind? I know you said in the book you haven't changed your mind on anything in the book, but I imagine there are things over the past 40 years that you've been in university life where you've reconsidered things because of exchanges you've had. Or maybe not.
No. One area in which I do think I've certainly gotten a much richer understanding of some issues is in my engagement with my friend Cornel West, who is not a liberal. He's very much on the left, the sort of, although he does have also some civil libertarian principles as well. So we share some of those. In fact, we've written together in defense of free speech. You might have seen our 2017 statement, Truth-Seeking Democracy and Freedom of Thought and Expression. But in my engagement with Cornel, I think, gotten a deeper appreciation of the impossibility, strictly speaking, of simply forgetting about race. So my impulse or instinct prior to these conversations with Cornel was to think, the whole problem is people are race conscious. They think of themselves as black or white or Latino or Asian or whatever. Those categories are just damaging and destructive. Let's just stop thinking about that altogether. Let's not only be colorblind in our public policy, which I agree we should be in our public policy. We should not just get beyond abolishing racial preferences in admissions and hiring and so forth. We should just stop thinking of ourselves in this way. And I think Cornel has persuaded me that that is not only impossible, that's probably undesirable. That there are respects in which tradition, history, culture have shaped people in ways that make them in ways that are more constructive than destructive, or at least not entirely destructive, or in some respects at least constructive, think of themselves as members of a group or a people. So Cornel, speaking of his own African-American identity, will say, I come from a people who has been persecuted for 400 years, but has produced such wonderful art and music and literature and so many achievements in the domain of culture and athletics and other areas. And I now see that does make sense in the same way. So it would justify, for example, having a Department of African American Studies in the same way that the identity of Jews as a people justifies having a Department of Jewish Studies. There's a whole tradition of literature and music and other achievements that are associated with that tradition. And for people from that heritage to identify with that tradition is not a destructive or necessarily destructive or exclusively damaging thing. So there's an area in which I think on some cultural issues, my views have, what was Barack Obama's word, evolved. Now I think I should add, I think I've filled in a lot since 1993. So, for example, my work on religious freedom now does not contradict anything I said about religious freedom in Making Men Moral, but I've got a much fuller picture, and that's not just from my own reflection. It's work I've done with you and Sharif and Chris Tollefson and Melissa Moskela and Patrick Lee and all of my various Bill Saunders, my various collaborators. My understandings of those things I think have gotten much richer, but haven't in any fundamental way changed.
So let me follow up on the religious liberty point, because in addition to being a full-time professor at Princeton, you're a visiting fellow or an adjunct, a non-resident fellow. Yuval, I'm looking for what's the official title here for Robbie, but you're a fellow here at AEI. You're a professor also at Pepperdine School of Public Policy. You've been involved with a whole host of kind of civic groups. Lots of you serve on the board of Beckett. Tell us a little bit about your work in the public square defending religious liberty, because it's a different register of exchange from what you're doing in the academy.
Well, my first foray was I was sitting there minding my own business as a young, untenured assistant professor in 1992 when I got a call from the Office of Presidential Personnel in the White House. And a woman named Constance Horner, John will know Constance, wanted to know whether I'd be interested in serving on the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. President Bush was leaving office. He'd been defeated in November by President then-to-be Clinton, but he had some positions to fill before his term was over, and two of those were on the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. And it was interesting. I did not have a big public profile before that. I had not been involved in the Bush campaign. I didn't have any money to give, so I didn't give the campaign any money. There would have been no evidence that I voted for President Bush. As it happens, I did, but she wouldn't have known that. But for some reason that I still don't understand, Office of Presidential Personnel reached out to me about serving on the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, and I accepted, and that got me into public affairs in a significant way. And while serving on the commission, which has, of course, historically, for very good reasons, been associated with the cause of racial justice, in serving on the commission, it became clear that our brief extended not simply to racial issues, but to religion and other things. We were an anti-discrimination agency. So I pushed hard, eventually successfully, for the commission for the first time to explore and do a report on the question of religious freedom in America. And my concern, the reason that I pushed this, was I had the sense that public schools across the country, really, and not always on the basis of ill motivation, sometimes, not exclusively, but sometimes on the basis of ignorance, were running roughshod over the religious freedom rights of parents and students, ostensibly because they believed that the Supreme Court decisions in the school prayer cases required the complete erasure of religion from public school, which of course they don't. So we ended up having, I believe it was 3 hearings. I worked very closely with Bill Saunders, who was working with me at the time at the commission. We had this series of hearings and eventually a report which exposed a lot of the, first, the misunderstanding of the Supreme Court decisions by teachers and school boards and superintendents and principals and other administrators around the country. And second, just the way in which, as I expected, we would find the rights of parents and students were being run over roughshod by the schools. And so that was an early salvo. That now sounds very, very mundane. At the time, that was something of a surprise and a big deal. And I was glad that we got that ball rolling. Since then, of course, you've had very favorable Supreme Court decisions that have significantly clarified the law. So it's no longer, you can no longer claim plausibly that it's ignorance if you're forbidding a teacher from having a Bible on her desk, or you're forbidding students from using a spare room in the school during non-class hours for a religious club when the school makes available its rooms for the gay club and the Republican and the Democratic club and so forth and so on.
So I think my memory is accurate that in addition to this being the 30th anniversary of the publication of Making Men Moral, this is also the 30th anniversary of the passage of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
That's
That was
correct.
also 93. The way you tell it, it sounds like religious liberty has gotten a lot better since 93, at least as far as some of the jurisprudence goes.
No question about that.
But it also seems like the RFRA coalition has not held together.
No, the RFRA coalition did not hold together. What Ryan is talking about here is when the decision in Oregon against Smith, Employment Division of Oregon against Smith was handed down, abolishing the regime of First Amendment free exercise law that had existed from the early 1960s until the early 1990s when the Smith decision was handed down. When that decision was handed down, it was rejected, it was criticized by people across the political spectrum. The Supreme Court, with that decision, managed to unite against the justices, the ACLU and the Christian Coalition, People for the American Way and the Moral Majority. Richard John Newhouse, our dear friend and the great neoconservative Catholic priest and public intellectual, said that the Smith decision had read the Free Exercise Clause out of the Constitution. So all this resulted in this movement joining right and left to do something about the Supreme Court's decision, and the result was the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, first enacted in Congress, then later state Religious Freedom Restoration Acts all over the country. That coalition, again, John DiIulio can tell the story better than I can, blew apart really over the cultural issues, over abortion and the sanctity of human life, marriage and sexuality and sexual morality. So long as the issues didn't have to do with those kinds of questions, but had to do with things like protecting Native American Indian burial grounds, or whether Sikh military officers could wear their turbans, or whether Muslim prisoners could grow short beards, the coalition hung together. But once we were talking about protecting evangelical Christian bakers or Catholic wedding designers, website designers, once those became the issues, or questions pertaining to abortion, the left was no longer interested in protecting religious liberty. And so the coalition split apart.
So let's actually pick up where you left off there, some of those hot button cultural questions. I mean, a criticism that you could be leveled with, and you probably were leveled with, is that your views on marriage violated the civil liberties of gay and lesbian Americans. How would you think, how did you engage during the decade that we were debating marriage? Because you didn't just appeal to the Constitution is silent on the question. You went a step further.
I wrote a book with you and Sharif, What is Marriage, Man and Woman of Defense? And what the book, I think it's fair to say, definitively showed is that the real question, the unavoidable question, and the question that nobody, at least on the marriage revisionist side, ever wanted to answer, much less ask, is what is marriage? Now, the Constitution does not provide an answer to that particular question, what is marriage? So here is an area in which you could honestly say the Constitution is silent, so that the marriage laws in Idaho do not need to track those in New York. There's room for, constitutionally, room for different policies and understandings of what marriage in fact is, although traditionally, historically, all the states embraced the conjugal understanding of marriage. That began to erode in the 1960s, especially, or early 70s, with the introduction of no-fault divorce laws in the states. But once you get focused on the right question, that is not who can marry, that's a false question. It's a question you can't even raise until you answer the real question, what is marriage? Then you can see that nothing in the argument that you and Sharif and I made in any way attacked anybody or undermined or violated anybody's civil liberties. If the answer to the question we gave was correct, marriage is a conjugal union in the way that we explain and defend it there, then there's simply no question about whether two people of the same sex can marry, or whether three people in a, or four or five people in a polyamorous unit can marry, or whether marriage can be for 5 years renewable as opposed to being for better or worse, richer or poorer till death will we part. We got the answers to all those questions, and then the question will only be: are we going to opt for in our public policy that conception of marriage or not? It was just, I think, a false claim that what we had here was a civil liberties issue. Saying it's a civil liberties issue presupposes an answer to the question, what is marriage? It actually happens to be the wrong answer. But if they're going to presuppose an answer, they think it's the right answer, they should at least defend it.
Right.
But they didn't want to address the question, what is marriage?
For people who haven't read the book, you could easily get the impression from what you just said that you're a theologian and that you gave a biblical or a theological defense of marriage, because that's the only defense of traditional marriage that is possible. Could you say a little bit about that?
Well, it would surprise, if it's biblical, it would surprise Plato and Aristotle and Musonius Rufus and Cicero and Maimonides. Well, I suppose Maimonides is Jewish. It would surprise the great thinkers and theorists and traditions of the East. It's an understanding of marriage that's accessible to human reason, and part of the evidence for that is that it has been widely embraced across cultures and over time. What's novel is the contemporary liberal understanding, I would argue misunderstanding of marriage as essentially a form of sexual romantic companionship or domestic partnership. That's a real novelty. That's a genuine novelty. That's not even known in ancient Rome or Greece, even in pagan societies. There are problems with the marriage laws or marriage understandings and cultural norms of pagan societies, at least from the point of view of defenders of marriage of the sort you and I are. But even they did not embrace this contemporary idea that what marriage is an especially romantically intense form of friendship. What the pro-same-sex marriage advocate John Corvino describes as your relationship with your number one person.
So that question was supposed to set you up to say that you're a natural law philosopher. I clearly didn't ask it well. But you are a natural law philosopher. You're not a theologian.
I'm a natural law philosopher.
A lot of people here have no idea what natural law philosophy is.
Ask Hadley Arkus and Randy Burnett. They're over there. And Russ Hittinger's here. Yeah, so the natural law is the moral law, the body of moral norms and principles, insofar as they are knowable by reason, by the use of our intellects. And natural law pertains not only to the norms that govern our personal conduct as individuals, but also to the conduct of associations we form, from the most basic voluntary sorts of associations all the way up to polities, or what today would call states. So norms of justice, sound norms of justice, are principles of natural law, what we would call principles of natural justice. They are consistent with, the ones that I think are sound are consistent with the teachings of revealed religion, but they do not rely on those teachings or depend on those teachings for their own validity.
Yeah. We're going to get to audience questions in about 5 minutes. And for people who are streaming this, because this is being live streamed, there's an email address where you can submit questions. It's sophie.riziera at aei.org. So sophie.rizieri at aei.org. So if you want to email a question, it's going to show up on this other iPad. But Robbie, I want to ask you just a little more in the time we have before going there is, when you close explaining natural law philosophy, there are reasons based upon human nature, human flourishing, natural norms of justice. You also are a practicing Catholic. After 60-some years, you're getting good at it.
I wish.
But you're also at Princeton, where, that's something like a unicorn. How has your experience been as a faithful practicing Catholic who's also an academic philosopher? Has philosophy undermined your faith? Have your colleagues all had mass conversions in light of your... Which way has it cut?
No, it's gone in exactly the opposite direction. When I had my big conversion experience, it was not a religious conversion experience in the strict sense. But when I had my big conversion experience, which was an intellectual conversion, when for the first time as a sophomore in college, reading Plato's Dialogue Gorgias, which I had been assigned in a course, otherwise I not only wouldn't be reading it, I wouldn't have known it existed. Reading that text, and for the first time seeing that knowledge was worth pursuing not simply as a means to other ends extrinsic to it, money, power, wealth, fame, prestige, status, getting ahead, but fundamentally and foundationally, knowledge is valuable for its own sake. Once I experienced that, once I went through that conversion, I began to question everything. I realized that almost everything that I had believed prior to this, I believed for either poor reasons or no reasons at all. My beliefs were essentially tribal. I just picked them up, either from my family or from the larger community in which I was. Or I was believing things, and young people, I guess, can be forgiven for this, because I thought these are the things that sophisticated people believe, and I want to be a sophisticated person. These are things that the enlightened people, the elite think, and I want to be an enlightened person. I want to be part of the elite. Well, all of a sudden, because that ancient Greek had taken me by the lapels and shaken me and awakened me, all of a sudden I couldn't do that anymore. I couldn't rely on those beliefs. So everything was on the table. And so I began to try to earn my right to my beliefs by thinking my way through things, by studying, by learning, by talking in a truth-seeking way, not simply trying to persuade other people or talking for victory. And I found that my political beliefs very substantially changed in a more conservative direction, and my religious beliefs very substantially strengthened. So philosophy, far from undermining my religious beliefs, fortified and extended them. The same story would be told by countless other people, including so many people in my own wing of the philosophical world, Elizabeth Anscombe, John Finnis, Peter Geach, Alistair MacIntyre, Bastian von Frossen. So many people who've moved, in the cases of the people I mentioned, from secularism to faith. In my case, from faith, but really not a very informed or strong faith, to a stronger faith. So it's just alien to me to think of philosophy as the enemy of religious faith. Quite the contrary, in my view.
All right, so last question for me. You wear lots of hats, serving on boards, doing things in the public square, but I think the consistent thread through all of those, your constant vocation is that of a teacher. And as a mentor, I'm pretty sure you once described yourself to me as a full-service mentor after you sent 2 bottles of wine to a restaurant where Sharif was about to take a young lady that I set him up with on a first date.
That's true.
He's now married to that young lady.
3 children.
Yeah?
You're welcome.
So can you just reflect, lots of your former students are in the room. Can you reflect on what's changed in 30 years of teaching and what stayed the same about your own pedagogy, about campus climate? Do you indoctrinate your students? What is your approach to this, and has it gotten easier or harder given current campus realities?
Well, first, what a joy it is to see so many of my former students here, and I know that some others are watching us by live stream or are going to watch the tape. It's been the great blessing of my life to be a teacher. I didn't imagine when I was growing up that I would ever be a teacher until that encounter that I described with Plato as a sophomore at Swarthmore. I never would have dreamt in a million years that I would be a teacher, and yet it has been the most blessed and wonderful thing to do. If someone says, or asks me, are you happy with your life? I'd say, absolutely, I'm happy with my life, and in no small measure because I've gotten to teach such brilliant, wonderful, courageous young men and women. So many of my students are outstanding, not only because they're so darn smart, but also because they have been what I have worked so hard to try to get them to be, which is courageous truth speakers. Not just determined truth seekers, but courageous truth speakers. It's just so wonderful to see them out there doing that. The first thing I would mention is this. You start out at a university as a teacher, as a professor. You're what, 29 years old? You've got students who are 22. That's a very small gap. And you're really afflicted by imposter syndrome because you realize I don't know that much more, if anything, than those kids know. So you're doing your best to try to make it seem like you do know more than they know so that you can have your respect. You know, eventually you do what I do, dye your hair gray to get more respect.
I'm doing the same thing.
Worked for me, I think it'll work for you. But gradually, of course, that gets longer. And part of what happens then is you're more distant from their culture and the cultural norms and understandings. I mean, I don't know I know the names, but I don't know anything about. I couldn't identify a song by the singers they listen to or the musicians that they like.
They don't pick banjos?
No, that's this much I can tell. They don't pick banjos. They haven't become that enlightened yet. But it changes the relationship that you have with your students, and you become more parental in your relationship with your students. So there's that. Now, changes in the culture that have affected students. I still maintain my grading standards. Yeah. I still demand the level of rigor that you actually weren't in any of my courses. No? Yeah, I had you as my research assistant, but those of you who are my students, I'm as tough on my current students as I was on you guys, and when it comes to demanding analytical rigor, precision, clarity, all those things. I still assign the same demanding readings, even to freshmen. I do want to stretch them. I do want to make them stretch. The one thing on which I have been simply forced to yield, it's force majeure. There's nothing I could do about it. The one thing I've been forced to yield on is I cannot assign the quantity of reading that I did for your generation. Huh. And I can't help but think that has something to do with the shrinking of the attention span of our students. And I know this because it's not the slackers. I don't have that many slackers. Right. They don't take my courses. They're afraid. Yeah. But even, my very best students, can't manage the quantity of reading that an earlier generation of my students took as just normal. So that leads me to think it's not any moral defect or laxity in them. It's just something has happened to the attention span. Now, my pal John Haidt thinks that has to do with social media and devices and things like that. That could be, I just don't know. But I know that the phenomenon is real. There is a shortening of the attention span. But I find students, at least the students who come to my classes, are willing to question the dominant orthodoxies, not only on the university campus, but out there in the culture. They're willing to think critically and not fall into tribalism, so they don't react to the craziness on the left by simply saying, oh, whatever people on the right say, or however rightward you can go is the right place to be. They're thinking for themselves. I love this. Yeah. I absolutely love this. They're thinking for themselves. They're thinking critically. They're not thinking tribally. They don't just fall into categories. They're willing to work hard. The shortening of the attention span is one thing, but that's not the willingness to work. They are willing to work very, very hard with a view to what? Getting at the truth of things. It's not just, I love this in my students, it's not just that they want to get to Goldman Sachs. Fine if you get to Goldman Sachs. I'm not, remember James Madison program, Princeton University, if you get to Goldman Sachs. But
it is end of the year giving time.
Yeah. But that's not what's driving my students, and this is an awful lot of students, right? This isn't just like 3 kids. Mm-hmm. They really are interested in getting at the truth of things and doing things with their lives that really matter. I distinguish. My students, those of you who are my students, have heard me go on ad nauseum about this. There are things in life that matter, but not all that much. Wealth, fame, celebrity, status, influence, power. Those aren't bad things. Those are good things in the sense that you can do good things with them, but they're not good in themselves. They matter, but not ultimately. They don't matter that much. Then there are things that really matter: faith, family, friendship, knowledge, honor, integrity. Those are the things that really matter. And what I love about my students is they've got their priorities right. Their focus is on the things that really matter, and that enables them to put into proper perspective the things that matter, but not all that much.
Yeah. So we're going to open it up to questions. I'll just highlight that the longest answer Robbie gave was to the question about teaching and his students, which I think reveals something about what actually animates him and gets him excited. Shortest answer was about John Rawls. He's not very excited about Rawls. Longest answer about teaching and students. So yeah, we have time for questions. We'll go right. I think the microphone's right behind you even. Just wait for the microphone so the people online can hear as well.
Well, speaking as someone who is one of the online audience, and that's very important because I've heard Sharif and Robert George and Ryan Anderson and in conference with Hadley Arcus and Randy Burnett. Those are really vital for the people outside of the privileged sphere. I'm just not able to come to Washington, D.C. It's just expensive and so forth. But I want to ask you about the friendship aspect that Dr. George, in your book and elsewhere, you often talk about that you don't like friendship to be instrumental, but your own friendship is very helpful in very practical, prosaic, and dedicated and kind and selfless ways to your students, writing letters of reference, I imagine, arranging for clerkships and helping them in myriad ways. And is there such a thing as is there such a thing as good instrumentalism? And the second question is, could Ryan Anderson address what it's like to segue from being a mentee to being your friend? And when you realize I'm Robert George's friend, I'm now, and that's true of many people in this room, what's it like to realize I'm grown up?
Well, thank you, Hope, for that first question, the one directed at me. Well, it's certainly true that I spent an awful lot of my time writing letters of recommendation. I have large numbers of students because my lecture courses are big, and many of them want to go to law school, others want to go to graduate school. I would encourage anybody out there who has this particular charism or gift to invent, please, some new adjectives and adverbs, because I've, after 39 years of writing letters of recommendation, my letters of recommendation for my great students are all starting to sound alike, and I need new adjectives and adverbs, so please help me. I would be disappointed in my students if they only loved me for my letters of recommendations, if they treated our relationship as instrumental in that way. But I've been blessed, Hope, to have what at least seemed to me, unless my students are tricking me, as genuine Socratic friendships with my students. First of all, I'm trying to learn with them in the course. My way of teaching, as I think you know, is dialogic or dialectical, and so I'm trying to learn with them as we work together, and often I do learn. I learn a lot from my students, and there's something valuable in that relationship as such. And my sense is that my students understand that, and it's not just that they want me to get information from my head into their head, much less the even more vulgar thing of they just want a good recommendation from somebody who's got a good reputation with these law schools or no Supreme Court justices that will give them clerkships and things like that. But I do think that part of the job of being a teacher is that part of what I mean by being a full service teacher, is that it's a lifelong commitment. You help your students for as long as you're around and they're around. Harvey Mansfield has just retired at 90. And he's probably still helping students of his who are in their 60s, if not necessarily with letters of recommendation, with advice, with support, on a phone call, or these days, I guess, an email message or a text message or something like that. So I don't see those instrumental aspects as necessarily in any way undermining the intrinsic value of the friendship. But it's important, I think, for all concerned, certainly for both parties in the teacher-student friendship, for them to understand that what's foundational and fundamental is the friendship at all. Now, friendship is always united around some common good. There's no such thing as a friendship that's not where the integration of the friends with each other is not around some common good. And here the good is truth. In other relationships, it's something else. But in the teacher-student relationship, it is the good of truth. That's what they're working on together, but enjoying and celebrating each other and their bond in that common pursuit. Now, Ryan, you can answer your question.
Sure. Two things to say here. One is that I can, for those of you who don't know Professor George's teaching demeanor, He always dresses like this in the three-piece suit. I mean, I think I've seen him dressed down in a two-piece suit maybe once. And he has his students refer to him as Professor George, not as Robbie. Lots of faculty at Princeton, first name basis. I can remember several years into being his research assistant. I'm now a grad student when I first got an email that was signed, all best Robbie, rather than best Professor George or something like. And that's when I knew, all right, we've now turned a corner. Because even, for the 2 years that I was at Witherspoon, the 2 years that I was at First Things, emails were Dear Professor George, and then whatever I had to say. And when he started signing them as Robbie, I could see that was one. And then another kind of transition point was, I don't know, like a decade or so ago, I had a personal setback, and I more or less got depressed. And like the two people who talked me the most out of it were Robbie and Sharif. And there was I would say that something clicked. Now, I mean, like Robbie and I, we have a Signal chat, so it's encrypted, so the Biden people can't read it, we hope. But I mean, like, we're exchanging probably dozens of messages on a daily basis on average. And it's not just about the work that we're doing together. 3 days ago, Sharif, you sent us a picture with all of the grandbabies of your kids. Robbie gives us updates on how his parents are doing. And there is something very beautiful about that, because I don't have that relationship with any of the music professors that I had at Princeton. Remember, I was a music major. But I now have that with Robbie. I have that with some of my professors from grad school. And there really is something nice about that.
Ryan, you'll remember in 2015, about this time of year in 2015, I was struck down by
of course.
It was a medical emergency.
You almost died.
Yeah, where I almost died. And I literally had a doctor say to me, "We're not sure whether you'll wake up in the morning." And so what I did, do you remember what I did?
No.
I sent you and Sharif and Joel and Mike, I don't know if you were on
yeah.
a note assigning you guys all tasks for your future.
I do remember that.
You remember that?
Yes, yeah.
By Ryan Anderson about everybody pray for Robbie. I thought, wow, Twitter is a form of prayer for someone to know. That was
Yeah.
We do have a question online, so I want to honor that. The question here is, will people act morally without a belief that God will judge them after death?
Some people do. There are people who do not believe in God, and I think they're telling the truth in saying they don't. Now, whether at some level there's a kind of God awareness, some people claim that, and I'm not sure. Maybe there is, even among professed atheists, at some level there's sort of a God awareness that they themselves are not conscious of. But there are certainly people who don't believe in God and who live virtuous lives. It's just the reality.
Another question from the audience. Yeah, Chris Wolf. Microphone's coming right behind you.
Hey, Robbie. Going back to making men moral, I just felt like I was going back to a different world, and a lot of it has to do with John Rawls and how dominant he was at the end of the 20th century. And now it just kind of strikes me as irrelevant, And he was very sincere, I think, as far as I know, but it always did seem like a parlor game where you came up with this really interesting way of coming up with neutral reasons that would induce non-liberals to arrive at liberal answers, or at least answers that advance liberal causes. And so it was, in some ways, almost hard for me to take seriously. It did seem like a parlor game. Now it just seems like irrelevant. How many liberals now care about constructing neutral arguments, inducing us all to have agreement on some common political theory?
Yeah.
When was the last time you heard about an overlapping consensus of public reasons for whatever the woke ideology of the day is?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm tempted to leave it there, but we do have 2 minutes and we have another hand, so.
I do think Professor Rawls was sincere. Now, I don't think that everyone associated with the liberalism of which Rawls was the dominant figure were sincere. I do think some people saw the way the game could be played and wanted to play it. So you use the anti-perfectionist crowbar to open the way in, so you could eliminate the existing basically biblical and natural law-based understanding of morality that informed our laws and institutions. and evacuate the content of those. And then into that vacuum would come substantive liberalism. But I think Rawls himself genuinely wanted to find a genuinely neutral position. Now, you're right, the thing that made it look like a parlor game is that even Rawls himself would invariably end up with a defense of a substantive liberal outcome, although claiming it was derived from neutral principles, not from substantive liberal principles.
What I'm asking though is, why is that just a different world that's been left behind?
Well, ask Mark Tushnet, right? Mark Tushnet, the famous left-wing Harvard law professor, who said a few years ago,
We won,
the
you
culture
lost.
war is over. We won, you guys lost. There's no need to play nice with you guys. You should be treated the way the defeated Japanese and Germans were treated after World War II. I think that's the attitude of people who were not so sincere, not as sincere as Professor Rawls was. We won, you guys lost. Get used to it. We're now imposing our substantive vision on you guys.
So I think we're going to have to make that the last question just to keep on schedule. The next panel starts in 15 minutes. Restrooms, you go out this door, make a left, go to that central foyer, and they're down a level. And please be back here on time so we can keep on schedule. And then join me in thanking Professor George.
Thank you.
please. We'll just wait for those doors. All right, well, now that we have heard from Professor George, we're going to hear from actual experts on his work. We have a great panel in store for us. Some of you may recall that the great religious scholar Will Herberg once wrote a book called Protestant Catholic Jew. That's the same principle on which we've constructed this panel. And it made it easy for me to figure out the sequence in which we would go. We are going to start with Micah Watson to my right, who earned his MA degree in Church-State Studies at Baylor University and holds MA and doctorate degrees in politics from Princeton University. If you haven't heard of Princeton University, you're going to hear a lot about it over the course of this conference. Professor Watson joined the faculty at Calvin College in the fall of 2015, became the program director for Calvin's new politics, philosophy, and economics program in 2020. He's currently the Paul B. Henry Chair in Political Science and is the co-author with Justin Buckley Dyer of C.S. Lewis on Politics and the Natural Law. And he's going to talk to us a little bit about how Making Men Moral looks 30 years on.
Thanks, Ramesh, and my thanks to Robbie and Yuval, Ryan, Joel, Pete, people who put all this together. It's an honor to be here with you and to be on this panel. In the last 30 years, Robert George has authored scores of articles, written and edited several more books, established the James Madison program at Princeton, advised presidents and popes, but not the current iterations, taught students who are themselves now professors, pundits, and senators, and has played the banjo in venues well-known and obscure. Before all that, as Ryan mentioned, he was a pre-tenured assistant professor who dared to publish this book criticizing political liberalism. Now, as a Protestant, I admit I don't understand all the intricacies of the canonization process, but if Robbie is ever up for it, getting tenure at Princeton after writing this book will likely count as his first miracle. We rightly appreciate Robbie for writing this book and so much more, but we also honor him by focusing on the ideas that his work points to. One of my teachers would often say that we must rise to the level of argument rather than assume the conditions for a good argument are already there. Underneath every political argument lie assumptions about what must count to make the argument successful in the first place. Sometimes we need to clear out the ground on which we build our arguments before we can argue well with others about specific norms and policies. Making Men Moral is a clearing the ground sort of book. What sort of ground clearing is George up to? Making Men Moral challenges one prominent understanding of what justice requires for proper legislation, an understanding defended by several powerful thinkers who mostly identify with anti-perfectionist liberalism. Anti-perfectionism rejects a perfectionist approach to law, which holds that governments can legitimately pass and enforce laws and policies that promote virtue and restrict vice. The burden then of the book is to, one, show that the arguments marshaled by critics of government's perfectionist role fail, and two, sketch out how a perfectionist approach actually grounds liberalism's genuine achievements better than the anti-perfectionist liberals themselves. If anti-perfectionist liberals are correct that governments cannot make men moral, then arguing that we should legally restrain vices like pornography or promote certain virtues like self-reliance or chastity are quixotic. One must first establish the principle that such laws can be legitimate before moving on to particular policies. One must first clear the ground and then build the policy-specific argumentative house. So in my time, I'm going to highlight two things. First is that we can learn a good deal not only from what George argued in this book, but how he goes about the argument. And then second, that there are many salient takeaways. I want to highlight three that I think have aged particularly well in the last 30 years. So first, what can we learn from George's approach? I think there are at least three things. The first is his clarity. Just over 60 years ago, C.S. Lewis wrote this about good writing. The reader does not start knowing what we mean. If our words are ambiguous, our meaning will escape him. Writing is like driving sheep down a road. If there is any gate to the left or the right, the reader will most certainly go into it. Christians, of course, should not mind being compared to sheep, and jurisprudence and political theory are particularly prone to confusing gates that can lead anyone astray. George's careful writing, however, keeps readers on the path. He preempts misunderstandings with clear definitions. He's clear about what he is doing. He's critiquing liberal scholars. He is arguing for perfectionist politics. And what he's not doing. He is not, in this book, making prudential judgments about particular legislative issues. He anticipates questions and objections with qualifications and counterpoints. He lets us know when he is interpreting what a thinker means on the one hand, and when he is charitably retrofitting or strongmanning a thinker's argument to make it as robust as possible. Few would mistake this book for beach reading, though maybe in this room that's not quite true. But those with care and persistence are in good hands with George. And if you want the opposite, you can try the legal positive Hans Kelsen for what not to do on this matter. The second virtue of George's approach is fairness. It's no secret that George is a fan of Aristotle and Aquinas, but he also follows Aristotle's teaching about his teacher. Plato is dear, but the truth is dearer still. Aristotle and Thomas are not infallible, and George acknowledges shortcomings in each luminary's thinking. As others here will point out, George also acknowledges the genuine accomplishments of liberalism, as he begins the book by admitting that the natural law tradition has been, quote, slow to appreciate the insights of liberalism when it comes to basic civil liberties, such as freedom of speech, press, assembly, and the right to privacy. Third, George has a superb knack for precisely representing his fellow scholars' arguments, distilling their various claims and evidence without diluting their strength or creating straw men. Moreover, George does not dismantle an amalgamated liberalism. Rather, he names names, devoting chapters to specific figures, citing their work in words to represent their arguments in terms they themselves would recognize. These virtues of George's approach are not ancillary but central to the arguments and theories about political morality and cultivating a virtuous citizenry. A democratic culture depends on citizens who can not only engage in reason about what matters, but engage reasonably with those with whom they disagree. By inviting readers to think clearly, acknowledge weaknesses in their own tradition and strengths in rival traditions, and representing opposing figures with clarity and charity, the medium becomes part of the message and the approach complements the substance. Now, as to takeaways, I'm going to focus on three. There are many more. The first is the idea of moral ecology. A family in 2023 may be just as committed to raising children free from the ill effects of pornography as a family living back in 1953. But the surrounding conditions today have made that task much more difficult. The moral and technological environment we live in matters a great deal. In this book, George distinguishes between social order and social cohesion. It's true that morals can change without society descending into anarchy. Yet a moral sea change can break down social cohesion, such that we can lose something very valuable even if social order is maintained. Writing in the early 90s, George's description of this loss seems now almost prophetic, as he describes a sort of drifting apart that can happen not only between friends, but within an entire society. The debates about sexual controversies in the 90s have only intensified since, as we have gone from arguing about unenforced laws penalizing intimate sexual behavior to laws and policies punishing opposition to certain sexual mores and requiring recognition and approval of the self-understanding of those who say suffer from gender dysphoria. This drifting apart, this polarization that we have sensed over the last few decades, and particularly the last few years, seems inexplicable apart from the chasm between us on these fundamental moral issues and government's role in adjudicating them. We have lost something intrinsically valuable, and George's articulation of the value of social cohesion and a moral ecology informed by tangible moral goods, help us understand what has been lost while giving us some insight into what recovery might look like. Takeaway number 2 is George's critique of emotivism and his championing of reason. George points to the costs of rejecting the central tradition's claim that people can use their reason to identify choice-worthy ends and moral means for action. The can here is crucial. While George is more optimistic than some about how well we can reason, he is not naive about what Isaiah Berlin calls the crooked timber of humanity, or what others call the legacy of original sin. Some contemporary liberals follow Hobbes and Hume in claiming that reason is by definition instrumental, and thus all our decision-making is ultimately determined by sub-rational motives. And this has profound and devastating consequences for a healthy moral ecology and a vibrant political pluralism. If human beings do not reason about their differences, then there is no such thing as an honest mistake or people coming to different conclusions in good faith. Our differences stem only from our different desires, appetites, and identities. And thus, when someone differs from us on an important matter, it is fruitless for us to reason with them and fruitless for them to reason with us. We just need to think about our national discourse to see the bitter fruits of rejecting the possibility of reason. Rather than appealing to the reason of those with whom we disagree, far too often we work to unmask the ulterior hidden motives of our opponents. If David Richards and others are correct, there simply is nothing else but those ulterior motives. And thus we see champions and foot soldiers on both left and right flame each other's motives in a zero-sum rhetorical game, rather than appeal to the better and more reasonable angels of our nature. The third and final takeaway is George's complete demolition of the pretense to political neutrality on contested issues. I do think this is relevant, maybe disagreeing with Chris Wolf or not. I can talk about that a little bit later. This pretense works in 2 ways. On the one hand, advocates of inherently controversial positions relying on contestable claims frame their proposals as if they are not controversial at all, but the commonsensical conclusions drawn from what everybody knows. Think, for example, of pro-choice advocates who claim to speak categorically for women, as if we don't find women on all sides of the abortion issue. On the other hand, pretensions to liberal neutrality lend themselves to those who rule out of bounds positions they disagree with without actually grappling with the reasons for such positions. Think here about those critics of school vouchers who worry that parents will use them to send their children to religious schools, as if public schools are any less controversial in the political philosophies and educational philosophies they depend on. But if George is correct, then there is no such thing as a neutral approach. We sometimes still hear, I still hear in the classroom, that one cannot legislate morality. But the reality is one cannot not legislate morality insofar as every policy, law, regulation, and legal restriction is based on some conception of a good to be promoted or protected, or some ill to be prevented or remediated. Seeing through these false claims about neutrality is a liberating truth for our roles as good neighbors and citizens. It does not absolve us from the challenge of thinking hard about moral principles and how to prudentially apply them for the common good, but it frees us from the canard that we somehow violate democratic principles of fairness when we advocate for government fulfilling its proper and appropriate role in promoting virtue and restraining vice. After all, in a democracy, we don't so much as impose values, we propose instead this or that policy through the democratic process, and we abide by the results. Given the success of George's ground-clearing work in making men moral, we are free to build on a common ground cleared from a false neutrality and awaiting our renewed efforts to cultivate a healthy moral ecology suitable for the flourishing of real human beings pursuing genuine human goods.
All right. Thank you very much. We're next going to hear from John Peter DiIulio, the James N. Perry Scholar of Philosophy, Politics, and Society in the Programs for Research on Religion and Urban Civil Society at the University of Pennsylvania, where he researches political thought, ethics, and action theory, and also teaches in the International and Global Master of Public Administration programs. His first book, Completely Free, The Moral and Political Visions of John Stuart Mill, was published by the Princeton University Press in 2022. So, as a scholar of Mill, you may be particularly well situated to talk to us about the relationship between the central tradition and the liberalism that Making Men Moral challenges. What do you make of that challenge and how successful it is?
Well, thank you, and I just want to add my thanks to AEI, the organizers, the sponsors, to Joelle for inviting me, and it's really an honor to share the stage with these gentlemen, and of course, not to mention celebrating my professor's work, which changed my mind, heart, and life in pretty rapid succession. So, it is often taken for granted that a certain inherent political tension exists between individual liberty and public morality. As conventional wisdom would have it, a society that prioritizes freedom will naturally impose fewer and laxer morals laws than a society that prioritizes virtue. Whereas a society that practices soulcraft for the sake of human flourishing will naturally compel more and tolerate less than a society that preaches the gospel of liberal rights. Most philosophers and ordinary citizens simply assume that a polity devoted to individual liberty as its highest value is bound to pursue laws very different from a polity that accords primacy to public morality. Among the many qualities that makes Making Men Moral such a remarkable book is the cogency with which it dispels this easy assumption as a failure to think more deeply and clearly about what individual liberty and public morality truly require, both in concert and on their own respective terms. Professor George demonstrates that to strive to perfect either freedom or flourishing is, in principle, to adopt the very same stance towards morals laws. Consider public morality. For a book that champions the principle of morals laws, Making Men Moral is anything but overly confident in their general prudence and practical scope. All throughout, George not only acknowledges, but consistently goes out of his way to emphasize that while morals laws aren't inherently unjust, they can still be illegitimate or undesirable for a wealth of other weighty reasons. Indeed, once we recognize the diversity of basic goods and the valid pluralism it grounds, once we grasp the reflexivity of these goods and the internal acts of reason and will it necessitates, once we apprehend the government's secondary subsidiary role in promoting virtue and the broad array of civil liberties constitutive of flourishing, and once we realize that law is, in fact, as George declares, an impersonal guide and blunt instrument, not to mention a power which hazards every variety of misuse and abuse, then surely we begin to appreciate not only the essential value, but also the considerable limits of perfectionist law and policy. And yet, this is anything but a counsel of despair. On the contrary, by methodically clarifying what morals laws can't and mustn't be, George refines and enriches our understanding of their genuine potential and proper application. What it comes down to is, in short, is his pithy, expressive term, moral ecology. Morals laws can and ought to play a subsidiary role in promoting public morality by fostering a healthy moral environment. For example, and I quote, by prohibiting or discouraging the grosser forms of vice, by suppressing industries and institutions that cater to moral weakness, and by advancing authentic understandings of the human person, marriage, and the family, as well as policies that support these and other morally valuable institutions. Quite a far cry from the draconian, closed, moralistic society so often feared and caricatured, often justly, by liberal critics of paternalism. And indeed, laced throughout Making Men Moral is the thematic suggestion that liberals have every reason to concur readily with George's conclusions. To take liberty seriously, we might say, is to countenance or even embrace morals laws and for the same ecological purpose. What do we lose in the way of liberty under a prudent system of morals laws? Nothing. Nothing we could desire rationally. As Professor George writes, legislators concerned to uphold morality can legitimately prescribe only the fairly small number of acts and practices that are incompatible with any morally good life. Such acts and practices, given their absolute hostility to our well-being, can't be chosen in any unfettered sense. They are entertained out of ignorance or weakness. In fact, by educating the unwitting and settling down the tempted, good morals laws can improve liberty's exercise. What then do we gain in the way of liberty under a prudent system of morals laws? A tremendous boon. In a thriving moral environment, individuals will be far more likely to enjoy not merely the theoretical right, but the concrete opportunity to pursue a strong marriage and true friendships, to discover reliable, enriching, cooperative community, and to live decently and raise virtuous children without utter sabotage from a polluted moral landscape. Again, this is all in principle. Clearly, the partisan of liberty will and ought to be concerned about the risks involved in conceding the power to legislate morality. For instance, the danger that fanatics or rigorists will drive policy. However, it should be noted that prudential worries can cut both ways. As George remarks, it seems equally plausible to suppose that permissiveness, to the extent that moral laxity follows in its train, encourages fanaticism and rigorism as a backlash. It would be good musing indeed to ponder all the ways that a healthy moral ecology acts as a bulwark against tyranny. In sum, on my reading, Making Men Moral argues that public morality largely counsels personal freedom, and that personal freedom largely counsels public morality, and that in moving toward one another in a principled fashion, they come to occupy the common ground of moral ecology. Both, for their own reasons and together, arrive at the same fundamental question: what does a healthy moral ecology recommend? So with that in tow, let me address the challenge to liberalism. The book's explicit critique of contemporary mainstream liberalism is devastating. There's no coming back from it. I should know. I tried. The notion that law can be neutral with respect to the good is taken apart by George at every turn. Morals laws are, in principle, valid. I don't think that can be denied anymore without adopting a self-defeating emotivism or skepticism. However, I also believe there's another layer to the challenge that points us toward the present day. The liberal neutralist prides himself on providing the sole grounds for a reasonable politics. If we don't adopt a posture of neutrality, he says, then we'll always talk past one another. We'll start from different basic premises. Our politics will devolve into a battle royale between different controversial views of the true and the good, where reasoning is useless and power is all that counts. We need to nip it in the bud. Neutrality is the answer. But alas, if neutrality is impossible, then what is to be done? I think Making Men Moral makes the case that we can have a reasonable and fruitful politics, not by affecting a bogus neutrality, but by finding common ground in the common good. In the first place, by focusing on and often disagreeing vigorously but intelligibly about how best to cultivate a healthy moral ecology, a concept which, as I've argued, looks to establish a grand rapprochement between the central and liberal traditions of Western thought. If we turn our collective attention to moral ecology, we can be faithful to and serious about the good without triggering a fight, say, over whose religious or otherwise contestable worldview ought to prevail. Then again, maybe not. Perhaps Making Men Moral is more precisely a floor-sweeping clarification about where the gaping chasm in our moral politics appropriately lies. To discuss moral ecology at all is to have a certain conception of what the human being is and what kind of environment allows it as a particular sort of creature or organism to thrive. Indeed, to discuss moral ecology is to have a particular anthropology of the human person. It's hard to have a productive discussion of what we need if we can't agree upon what we are. But with the 25th anniversary of the Clash of Orthodoxies just around the corner, I'll stop there. Thank you.
our last speaker, known and loved by all of us, Yuval Levin, the director of the Social, Cultural, and Constitutional Studies at this very institute, and thus, I guess, in some sense, my boss, where he also holds the Ravenel Curry Chair in Public Policy, the Bethan Ravenel Curry Chair in Public Policy. The founder and editor of National Affairs. Yuval's also senior editor at The New Atlantis, a contributing editor at National Review, and a contributing opinion writer at The New York Times. He is the author of several books on political theory and public policy, most recently A Time to Build, From Family and Community to Congress and the Campus, How Recommitting to Our Institutions Can Revive the American Dream. So what today does Making Men Moral in its argument have to say to us, not only liberals, but also post-liberals who seem to be maybe a little thicker on the ground than they were when this book originally came out?
Well, thanks very much, Ramesh. I'll start right there. I guess I really have to start by saying I actually did read this book on the beach. We decided to do this conference in early summer, and I read the book on the beach, having not read it in a while. And my wife would agree with you that that is not something that normal people do, but it works. And I have to say that part of why it is such an honor and a pleasure to take up this truly great book on its 30th anniversary is because it does hold up so well. And I think the reason it does has to do, actually, with some of the questions that are alive now in ways that they might not have been yet 30 years ago. Great books really stand at the test of time, not exactly by being timeless, but by being timely in different ways from different angles at different moments. They can meet readers where they are, even many years after they were written, because what they offer runs a lot deeper than the moment that they came from. They become newly relevant all the time, and that's very true of this book. And I think it's particularly true for how it speaks to the liberal project, which finds itself, I do think, in quite a different place than it did 3 decades ago, as has already come up in a variety of questions in the course of the last conversations. Our subject in this panel is the book's challenge to liberalism, and it certainly did and does pose a challenge in very profound terms to liberalism. But read in our moment, as Ramesh suggests, the book also poses a challenge, I think, to post-liberalism, and in terms that both clarify its challenge to liberalism and also its defense of a certain kind of liberal order properly understood. And that's what I want to briefly lay out in these comments. The book's challenge to liberalism, as my colleagues here have noted, is a challenge in particular to the misguided aspiration for a morally neutral political and social order, a kind of pure proceduralism that imagines that it could be possible to ground respect for others or self-restraint or social peace, even a flourishing life, in nothing but wishes and hopes that those things might happen. This is a liberalism of process without substance, of rules without principles, freedom without virtue, of human rights without some underlying anthropology, a picture of the human. It's a liberalism that I think is vulnerable to the very simplest kind of question, which is also the deepest kind of question, the question that every 3-year-old knows how to ask. Why? Why should we believe that human beings deserve respect or freedom or protection, even when affording those to them might come with costs to us? To avoid answering that question in terms of the truth about the human person, this kind of neutral liberalism invents imaginary worlds in which it insists that the answers that it wants would be required somehow. Imagine that you're the first generation of your society. Imagine that you get to design a society from scratch without knowing where you'll be in it. Imagine there's no heaven, right? It's easy if you try. It's ultimately not safe to live in a building that is constructed on imaginary foundations. That kind of edifice will crumble in the face of human willfulness. And a supposedly neutral liberalism does crumble, has crumbled, in the face of not only a desire for power or for wealth, but even of a desire for health, for liberation, for equality. It crumbles in the face of every desire because it is itself nothing more than desire. It's just something we want, and so it isn't able to make us want what is right, which only something that is true, whether we want it or not, could really do. A neutral liberalism cannot make men moral because it's not rooted in any commitment to the possibility or the reality of morality. If this were all that the liberal order was, then the liberal order would be nonsense. But it's not all that the liberal order is. The progressive theorists of liberalism who insist that liberalism is just unrooted, neutral rules are so insistent that that is all it is because they wish that it were so, not because it is so. They want to keep the fruits of liberalism while cutting off the roots of liberalism. And Robbie makes short work of them. He shows that you cannot have what they want to affirm without what they want to deny. What they want to affirm, the liberal commitment to the protection of individual liberty and free speech and respect for persons and just generally peaceful diversity, is a direct implication and application of what they want to deny, the truth of the classical anthropology that's revealed by Judaism and Christianity and articulated most fully by their fruitful entanglement with Greek philosophy, especially with Aristotle. When you try to affirm the fruit while denying the roots, you end up with rotten fruit. You end up with a liberalism that becomes at best a kind of caricature of itself, and at worst a moral monstrosity, a sort of permission slip structure for assorted, tenured, and well-spoken forms of barbarism. These monstrosities do need to be rejected. They need to be repudiated. But it doesn't make sense to repudiate them by first accepting their premise. It doesn't make sense to criticize what amoral liberals want to make of liberalism by accepting their claim that that is what liberalism is. That is roughly what today's post-liberal critics do. They begin by accepting what Robbie rightly rejects, the claim that liberalism is what its progressive and postmodern expositors say that it is. They begin by asserting that Rawls is right about liberalism, and then they reject liberalism. But their premise is wrong. Rawls is wrong about liberalism, and Robbie helps us to see why that is. In this respect, Making Men Moral helps to clarify one of the more peculiar facets of today's post-liberal critics. As a practical matter, many of them express a kind of longing for the America of the middle of the 20th century, but channel their nostalgia for that America through a rejection of everything that made it possible. They insist that the West made a wrong turn in the late Middle Ages, and that the evidence of that is what has happened to America since the late 1950s. But they rarely stop to wonder just where the America of the 1950s or of the 1770s might have come from. Rawls's theory of justice is not an explanation of what made that America possible. It is a rejection of what made that America possible. It would be strange to push back against Rawls and other progressive liberals by first pretending that they created the modern West. But that is what some of their critics now do. Those critics begin by accepting impossible things, by accepting the notion that Rawls's convoluted game of make-believe is the source of the liberal society, and therefore that the liberal society, the society that shaped them, in which they grew up and came of age and were formed, is actually impossible in practice. They deny reality no less than the targets of their criticism do. Although he didn't have these sorts of post-liberals explicitly in mind when he wrote Making Men Moral, Robbie's book makes short work of them too. He suggests that when we confront a theory that fails to explain reality, we should reject that theory as a bad theory, rather than accept the theory and conclude that we should therefore reject reality. He suggests that we need a better theory of the liberal society, and he offers one. He calls it, in his magisterial final chapter, a sound pluralistic perfectionism. Pluralistic perfectionism conveys, I think, the deep and ambitious purpose of his work. He means to show that some essential features of modern liberal societies are rooted in the classical tradition, and are also in some ways improvements upon that tradition, improvements understood as fuller articulations of the implications of the tradition. Among other things, this is a project that points us to the very heart of what theory is for. Social and political theory explains the sources of social and political practice in order to guide further practice. So the stakes of it are very high. A bad theory misleads us about who we are and then distorts who we become. The need for a better theory is both a need to better understand ourselves and a need to become better. Robbie offers us a path to do both of those things. In articulating his critique of the central tradition of Aristotle and Aquinas, Robbie lays out the core non-relativistic case for moral diversity that is the essence of liberalism at its best. That critique of the central tradition that also rejects relativistic liberalism is what we're missing now. It is the kind of liberal republicanism that we yearn for without knowing its name. It denies the core claim of today's post-liberals, that we have to choose between a society that takes its moral foundations seriously and expresses them in its laws, and a society that protects core communal individual rights through a classically liberal kind of constitutionalism. Robbie shows that a modern free society absolutely can enact laws that promote a healthier moral ecology, and in fact that at times it must enact such laws. That it can live out its moral commitments through its laws, that there is no contradiction between its liberalism properly understood and the pursuit of morals legislation. In a sense, Robbie's argument is that liberalism is better than it knows, better than it is willing to acknowledge, that it's built on stronger foundations than it is able to describe. That is a challenge to today's post-liberals, but it's also the heart of Robbie's challenge to liberalism. So that in the end, the challenge to liberalism in this book is, like any genuine philosophical challenge, a call for better and deeper and more true self-knowledge. It is a challenge that our liberal society would be wise to meet, and a challenge that is even more important today than it was 30 years ago. Thank you.
I feel like you've given us a Burkean Robbie George. Although I note that Burke is not in the index to the book, maybe the next edition. One thing that we've talked about so far in this conference sporadically is the connection between morality and religion. And of course, people who believe that government has a legitimate, albeit limited, role in promoting sound moral principles and discouraging vice have often tended to believe that it also has a role in promoting religion. And in fact, in that last chapter, Professor George takes that view with a certain, or at least a certain kind of understanding of religion. And I wondered if you thought that that argument was successful, and that whether it can speak to us in a time that is considerably less religious, or at least less openly religious, than 3 decades ago. Micah, we haven't heard from you in a while, so.
Yeah, well, I think when I introduce some of Robbie's ideas to my students, for whom, when they hear religion, they are thinking of the traditional, often monotheistic religions, and then some Eastern ones. And the idea that religion can be something of a basic good, that it is worth engaging with questions of ultimate reality, which includes the divine, but may not be completely dominated by discussions of the divine. That opens up a new world for them to think about when it comes to how they live out their particular faith in a pluralistic society. So I'm not surprisingly, as a George student, I am persuaded that religion is a basic good understood in that way. While at the same time, I do think there's a place for the claims of a specifically revealed divine religion, and that those can be publicly accessible reasons as well. Many of my students, many of the folks that come from my background, feel a sheepishness about making claims in the public square that might be based on their religious backgrounds. I think that's actually a haunting of Rawls that they have there. And my question for them as well, is there a version of secularism that is any less controversial in terms of its foundations than Judaism or Islam or Christianity? And they tend not to think that that's the case, right? So I find the treatment of religion, the positive sketching out of how Robbie's foundation can lead to protecting religious liberty without having to rely on an emaciated view that Yuval was talking about, to be pretty persuasive.
I can't help but note that Rawls's own secularism came with a theoretical apparatus so elaborate as to make a medieval schoolman blush. Do you believe that and I open this up to you as a panel, the argument for religious liberty that is presented in this book is grounded in the good of religion. And it seems to me that that is possibly an inescapable move, but also one on which we don't reflect very much. That is, that there just can't be a sound account of religious liberty that does not admit the possibility that religion or a religion might be true. Is that right?
Yeah, look, I think that is true. I think our tradition of religious liberty, and by our, I mean the distinctly American religious liberty tradition that combines British toleration with a peculiarly American kind of approach to the establishment of religion, begins from the premise that religious liberty is not a matter of letting people do what they want, but of letting people do what they must. And that does begin from the premise that religion makes demands on us that are fundamental. And in that sense, that what it speaks to is something that is true about us and that precedes our social commitments. I do think that it's ultimately difficult to make an argument for religious liberty that takes religion seriously and yet is entirely neutral on the question of whether any religion is true. That is, that treats religion as just another source of opinions. I don't think that is the source of our commitment to religious liberty. It's another way in which the arguments we need to have about the nature of our moral ecology, as Jean-Pierre suggested, actually begin from a certain understanding of the human person. And that understanding is not just one of the questions up for debate, but is a premise of the life of our society. I think it's just a fact that it is a premise of the life of our society.
And does that suggest that if our society becomes less convinced of the value of religion, it will become less committed to religious liberty?
Yes, I think we've seen that, and surely that's true.
What if government does have a role in promoting morality and in maybe even promoting religion, what's left of the case for limited government? Does the case for limited government that conservatives traditionally made have to be sort of reconstructed in light of that? You look like you're pondering.
Well, I think about Robbie's distinction between the delegated and enumerated powers of the federal government and then the police powers of the states. And I'm not arguing for a reestablishment of state establishments, but we had 9 or 10, depending on how you qualify them.
You're not arguing for it.
Well, I'm not going to. I think that was a mistake. But even the federal government, if you look at the Northwest Ordinance, had language about promoting religion in the territories that had not yet become states. And if you look at the democracy in Western Europe, they do tend to have tax dollars that can go to religious institutions, albeit not any one particular one. It's divvied up depending on how the citizens would allocate it. Now, I'm not making a strong case for that either, but I do think that there's a space there to think about how government and religion, the separation of church and state, as it's interpreted by some, was clearly, I think, an over-exaggeration of what that distinction was supposed to be between the role of the state and the role of religious houses of worship. So I do think that Robbie's argument opens up a number of ways that different states could experiment in being at least friendly towards religious. We have John Doolittle here was involved with charitable choice in the 90s, which I think was a promising endeavor to try and find ways to respect religious liberty as well as the scruples of those who are not religious, while also finding ways to harness religious activity for the common good. So I do think that there's room there, but I share your worry, at least as you expressed it, that as we become more secular, the common shared value of religious liberty is going to become harder and harder to protect.
To prevent confusion, Micah's referring to another Diulio in the room. We have, I think the collective word is a treasure of Diulios in here, father and son. Anything to add on?
Well, I would just say I think the case for limited government is not a case for limits, per se. It is a case for a particular understanding of government that is rooted in the same understanding of the human person that we're talking about. The government should be limited to make possible a certain way of life. And in that sense, if we're committed to that way of life, then our commitment to a limited government is not necessarily in tension or in contrast with the notion that there is a role for government in legislating morals laws as well as other laws.
One of the discussions that comes up, particularly when George is talking about the work of Joseph Raz is the idea of autonomy as kind of good in itself, as something that the government needs to protect sort of intrinsically. That, it strikes me, as something that is pretty commonly accepted today, but it's something that he subjects to a pretty searching critique. Do you agree with that? Do you think that what relevance does the argument on autonomy have today?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would certainly, I agree with Robbie's argument, certainly in critiquing Raz, that autonomy is only valuable insofar as it allows us to engage in activities that realize certain intrinsic goods, and that autonomy only kind of seems to be intrinsically valuable in and of itself because there is indeed something more perfect, more realized, more actualized about the pursuit and realization of the basic goods when they are done with those internal acts of reason and will that kind of bring them home to us and aren't merely objects of conformity or what have you. And I think that the notion that autonomy is intrinsically valuable, not, I don't think, in the work of Raz, who seemed to have other reasons for wanting to suggest that autonomy has to be treated as an intrinsic good in and of itself. You know, for example, that if the government is going to be interfering with certain kind of victimless immoralities, it's instantiating a structure of domination over the individual. I think Raz's concerns in that area don't hold up to scrutiny, and I think in the book Robbie does a very good job, at least in the cases he raises, pointing out why it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. But it seems that autonomy today, being treated as an intrinsic value, seems to come down to the fact that what the good is simply whatever I, as a self-authoring, self-creating person with my own truth, my own view of the good, that can't be questioned. That the autonomy is the necessary, essential kind of vehicle and expression of that. So it becomes intrinsically good when the good becomes something that I define and determine and decide for myself, rather than something that draws me out of myself and toward it. In which case, autonomy becomes something that is constitutive of, but not intrinsic to the good.
I would add to that too. Liberalism has an autonomy problem when it comes to children, right? Who are by definition not yet autonomous, and can a local community or a state or even the federal government play a role in helping provide the conditions whereby children can eventually become autonomous in a healthy way. Melissa has written books on this. I think that's a place where the different policies and laws can help families, parents raise children who don't have a choice yet, can't be autonomous, and liberalism as a real vexing tension with the autonomy of children.
Not only,
I think that points actually to a really important purpose of the kind of morals legislation that Robbie's talking about, because ultimately freedom is certainly valuable. Freedom is valuable because it enables people to choose well, but it's not freedom alone that enables people to choose well. Freedom just enables us to choose. In order to choose well, we have to be formed to choose well. And a free society is only a good thing if it's filled with people who will choose to do good things. And to get from where we start to that kind of society requires a kind of formation that society has to support. I mean, I think that's, adults are better than children not because they are older, but because they are more mature, better formed to make good choices. And they can be trusted with autonomy because of the kinds of formation that society needs to support. I think that's actually part of the argument for certain kinds of morals legislation. Robbie leaves a lot of room for prudence in deciding which kind do align with society's other priorities and ideals. I think that's very important. It's not that all morals legislation is necessary or appropriate, but that there's room for it in how society thinks about its own purpose. I think is something we can see precisely by the fact that we want to be free people, and therefore we have to be formed.
I'll just interject here that I myself read Making Men Moral around the same time I was reading Frank Meyer and the classic conservative freedom versus virtue debates. And of course, it gets back to my perhaps somewhat cryptic question about reconstructing a case for limited government. Meyer's entire case for what he called fusionism, or what he reluctantly allowed to be called fusionism, was that freedom is a precondition for virtue because you have to be able to freely choose it, which, if you take it seriously enough, it sort of sweeps away everything we want to think or say about the formation of people who can choose virtuous lives, and is basically, I think, fundamentally at odds with the arguments in this book, although I don't think Frank Myers appears here either. We have some time for questions from our audience, both our real live audience and our virtual audience, not to denigrate you as being real live people as well. However, those of you who are submitting questions who are not in the room need to email Sophie Rizzieri, that's SOPHIE.RIZZIERI @aei.org. Please get your questions ready for us. Hopefully they'll be better than mine. And we'll start, and please wait after I've recognized you for a microphone to arrive. You've got your hand up like you're at the front of the class.
I do what I can. Thank you for great presentations. I'm always thinking sort of in practical terms. What sorts of morals legislation could get traction these days in the midst of our polarized, fragmented society? And accompanying that question is this question: with this erosion of social cohesion, to use that term, what sort of morals legislation can actually halt that downward slide, if any? Thanks.
I don't know that any morals legislation by itself. There's laws and there's culture and mores and religion. So I don't want to offer a monocausal solution to a multi-causal problem. I would throw out one. I think that there is. I think when it comes to high school and collegiate sports and women's sports in particular, there's probably some policies there that could be made about restricting those to biological sex. I think there are a lot of people who would not agree with much of anything we've talked about in this room, who have kids or daughters who would be open to properly tailored moves in that direction. I think that's, J.K. Rowling is no person of the right, and yet has taken a lot of flack for defending the biological reality of sex. So I think there's probably some room there, perhaps. I'm not the policy wonk. I realize I'm in the hallowed halls of a lot of policy wonks, but I would suggest that might be one area where there could be some fruitful movements.
I would just note that we do have morals laws of all kinds, not just liberal morals laws. We have traditional morals laws. The restrictions on prostitution that we have, I think, cannot be reasonably defended on grounds other than the kinds of grounds that Professor George outlines in this book.
And I would say one more thing to the question of what can gain traction. There's a wonderful American addendum, which is it depends on where. And our system does allow us to arrive at different answers in different places. And so I do think answers to that question would look pretty different in different parts of the country, and that's for the good.
Nicole?
Thank you so much for this fascinating discussion. Nicole Penn, AEI. So I'm just curious, zooming back out to theory, is there any space in Dr. George's discussion of moral ecology for doubt, or perhaps a better term would be limits, or perhaps another term would be modesty? What kind of moral weight does limits or modesty or doubt have in his framing of moral ecology?
Well, if we look at the critique that he has of the central tradition, one of the critiques he has of Thomas, and this is really strange to say what Professor George writes when he's in the room here, but is Thomas's willingness to allow the state to play something of a role in keeping people in the faith, right? That religion as a basic good needs to be freely chosen. That's part of what it means to be genuinely religious. And so that it's a mistake to think that the state can have a heavy-handed role there, that there's reason there for modesty. There's also a very famous, Thomas famously quotes Augustine talking about the issue of prostitution. And in their particular case, they each said that if you were to you don't have to outlaw every vice. There are prudential reasons to not try to promote every virtue. I think blasphemy is a terrible thing. Do I want the federal government in charge of policing blasphemy? The idea is no. But they both say prostitution can't be outlawed right now without inflaming lust even more. So there's a prudential reason. Neither of them were fans of prostitution. So I think there's actually a great deal of room for cautious, modest, prudential considerations as to why you would not have a very, in different cases, depending on where you are, right, a regime that would be heavy-handed.
I think it's also fair to say that in the book, the central tradition, at least in some instantiations, is treated as not having had enough doubts and having been too certain that there is one best way to live, and that is what we should all be pushed. That you know, as he says, particularly at the end, that this is a perfectionism that is pluralistic and variegated.
And that's the critique of Aristotle, that Aristotle said the best way of living is for all of us to be philosophers, and that actually Robbie's and his cohort's approach is there are variegated goods, many different incommensurable ways to live a healthy, flourishing life. So I think there's a lot of room.
No.
Well, could you identify yourself?
So I promise not to do this too often, but this is such an important question, and there's an aspect of my thought that's really critical to it, and this is the opportunity to bring it out, and that is, you've just put your finger on the reasons for my notorious free speech fundamentalism. By that I mean the idea that no idea as an idea can be banned. So you might ban prostitution, you might ban drug abuse, you might ban animal cruelty, but you can't. It would be wrong to ban the advocacy of prostitution or animal cruelty or anything else. So again, quite notoriously, when a large number of disability rights demonstrators descended on my university, Princeton University, a few years ago, to demand the firing of Peter Singer, my utilitarian pro-infanticide colleague, from whom I could not be more distant on life issues. My sympathies on the substance of policy were entirely with the disability rights people, but I took to the media to defend Peter Singer's rights, to advocate the things I abominate, and I thought that the disability rights people were right to abominate, precisely because we mustn't be too certain about anything. Providing free speech means that we're always willing to be challenged, to be unsettled, to have even our most cherished, our deepest, our identity-forming beliefs questioned. That's especially critical at universities, but not just at universities. That's why I actually support the kind of broad free speech protection. There are different issues about like whether pornography is actually speech and stuff like that. But when it comes to the question of banning the advocacy of ideas, I really am a fundamentalist for the very reason you put your finger on.
So fans of Annie Hall will remember the Marshall McLuhan scene, which we have just seen replayed here. Other questions in the back there? Yes. Yes, to you.
Professor Diolio, that one thing that Robert George probably didn't anticipate is how much worse many sins, or let's call them that, or vices are these days. For example, John Stuart Mill did not live in a society with methamphetamine. And he talks about, Professor George addresses the fact that Mill talks about the harm, that it's harmless to the person, but it's not harmless to the person anymore. It's destroying our parks, it's destroying our quality of life, it's everywhere. So is Professor George's critique of Mill dated? Or is it, what would you say about that?
Well, I guess the first thing I would say, and Robbie alluded to this when he was on the stage with Ryan, is that I think there's actually a lot let me put this way. There's daylight between Mill and Professor George for sure, but I think that Mill is actually a lot closer to making men moral and the kind of the arguments in this book than we might commonly suppose. And that we can get at that in a lot of different ways. For example, you can kind of map Mill scholars on a continuum of to what extent did Mill kind of just qualify or flat out reject Bentham, and I think he's much closer to the side of flat out rejecting. And but I do think certainly that Robbie's notion of moral harm, that liberals always overestimate the extent to which immoralities are victimless, and that immoralities are not going to have this kind of rippling effect that can pollute and undermine a moral environment, is sound, and I think it's something that John Stuart Mill in On Liberty, one might say, on the one hand, he doesn't take it seriously enough because he does believe in such a thing as solidly self-regarding activity. On the other hand, Mill might come back and say, well, there are kind of absolute prudential limits on even on interfering with activity that these immoralities that can have these kind of causal ripple effects, insofar as the power to interfere in those instances is, I think Mill would think, inherently unlimited. So I think that where Mill would defend himself is on those prudential grounds, and that is a debate, I think, that is very much within the four kind of walls of this book.
Joel?
When Robbie was up here, he said he was hoping to overthrow liberalism with this book, and the book describes itself, as arguing against liberalism in various forms. Yuval, in your comments, though, you seem to want to say, what he's really doing, even if not the way he would describe it, is rescuing liberalism by providing a sounder foundation for it. What rides on describing the book as rescuing liberalism versus casting aside liberalism in favor of some alternative? Why do you think, Yuval, that it's important to say, no, it's actually just providing a different foundation for liberalism, not just liberal principles or institutions?
Yeah, it's a great question, Joel. I think that I think liberalism is one of those terms. We have a lot of them in our political vocabulary now. Republicanism is another that just refuses to be defined in a way that can fit our contemporary categories. And so there is certainly a way to define liberalism as its worst self and to reject it. And Robbie does reject it, and I would too. But there is also a way to understand what the liberal society has accomplished that sees it as an accomplishment of Western civilization, not as beginning from a rejection of what the pre-modern West had to offer, but as functioning as a kind of culmination of what the pre-modern West made possible, and as making possible a degree and a scope of human flourishing that had not been possible before. I think that to understand liberalism in those terms it's a constraining kind of understanding, because it says that liberalism is not fundamentally radicalism, that it's another approach to the human good, and so is inherently, at some level, also a form of moderation. Moderation on excess and on vice and on the worst of what we can be. That kind of more conservative ideal of liberalism is harder to call liberalism now. But our fights about names don't change the underlying thing. And we live in a society that I think is simply the greatest achievement of human civilization. And that society deserves our defense. And it seems to me that to reject in an argument about vocabulary, the premises that would allow us to defend the best of what we've inherited would be not just a mistake, but a profound failure. And it's a failure that we now risk making from both the left and the right. And I see Robbie's work, this book, but other of his work as well, as offering us a way to defend the best of what we've inherited, which after all is our obligation, our responsibility in every generation. And so as allowing us to do what is absolutely essential now. Whether that requires us to somehow wrestle about the meaning of liberalism, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it wouldn't hurt to not surrender that very important concept to people who have decided inexplicably to make themselves enemies of the civilization that created them. And so I think that defense just deserves our energy and our commitment. And I think some part of it means that we have to engage in some argument about what the liberal society really is. And I think Robbie offers us tremendously powerful tools in that struggle. And so I reach for those.
Hadley. It's coming to
Just a reflection on Robbie's remarks a while ago. Robbie, in the book, was with me on the decision years ago about Nazis parading through a community in Skokie containing survivors of the Holocaust. Well, we both were quite willing to see the publication of Mein Kampf, right? When we did that, when the argument came in over Skokie, Dave Hamlin of the ACLU said, we must be free to hear the Nazis because we must be free to choose the Nazis in a free election. It's the old sense of democracy is all process and no substance. You're free to choose anything through this regime, slavery or genocide, as long as you do it in a democratic way with the vote of majority. These are people who didn't understand the moral ground of a regime of elections. Here was a group that denied the moral ground of free elections. So in a way, it confirms, back to Robbie's point about what was at issue in that book, of a liberalism that could not understand the moral ground of its own defense.
Anybody want to have a comment? Everybody's nodding along, but
Yes.
all right. Yes. Consensus has been reached. Yes. We're just going to. I'm only calling on AEI scholars from now on.
I'm Ben Story. I'm at AEI. I wanted to ask this panel to reflect on Chris Wolf's excellent question from the last panel, which is, I'm old enough to remember at least a little bit when John Rawls and his anti-foundationalist liberalism bestrode the intellectual landscape like a colossus, and everyone felt compelled, maybe everyone except Robbie, to somehow talk in terms that could justify itself in those ways. That seems, I think Chris Wolf is right, completely gone. And the strange thing seems to me to be that I can't identify a successor ideology. In other words, there doesn't seem to be anything that commands common assent as Rawlsianism once did. So I guess a two-part question. One, do you see something that I don't see that is commanding common assent like Rawls once did? Or two, if not, well, what does that mean? That we just seem to not have anything like that is so dominant on the intellectual landscape?
You know, I think that I was really struck by the question in the first session too, and our first instinct is to just sort of say, well, yeah, the left now is really unpleasant. But I think the question is much more profound than that, and it really forces us to think about the nature of this moment. I would say that, in a way, what's different is that people don't feel like they have to explain themselves anymore. Mm-hmm. And that's not just on the left. I think it's partly a function of the ways in which we now live in these isolated kind of echo chambers. And, John Rawls, for all his faults, came from a place that allowed him to realize that many people did not think the way that he did. And he took those people seriously. it's harder for us now to take people seriously who don't think the way we do, because we just are less likely to come from a place where it's obvious in daily life that those people are serious people, which they are. And so I think part of it is that the notion that you have to explain yourself and give reasons is just not as self-evident. And so we all have a habit of just saying the ends of sentences and assuming that the beginnings were said at some point, so we all agree about them. And we couldn't say those beginnings anymore as easily. We're not really sure what the premises of our assumptions are. I think you see this in our political conversations constantly, so that a lot of premises of economic policy, of foreign policy, if you follow back what people are saying, you get to a place where you just have no idea why we do what we do anymore. And I do think that is an unhealthy kind of civic culture. It strikes me also as the result of a certain kind of exhaustion in our politics. And so I have some hope that it does change, because we now do live in a place where, in a moment where big questions seem to be open again. And people do seem to feel like, well, why? Why am I against big government? And a lot of people who are inclined to say they are, by being forced to think about why, kind of realize they're not. And I think we're starting to see that, especially with younger people, in various kinds of corners of our politics, in ways that maybe are a cause for hope, that we won't always just be saying the ends of sentences. But I think there's real worry there, and not a lot of hope.
Yeah, I would just also say that this is partly a result of our replacement of reasons with feelings. People come forward in the public square and demand certain things on the basis of how deeply they feel, or I feel this, I feel that. There's not a whole lot you can do to counter-argue.
Yeah, I would. If I had to pick a word for what we do, it's winning. Winning has replaced it. And what I mean by that is, I know we're having a session on the Constitution tomorrow, but constitutions in part help us adjudicate when we don't win. And we agree to the system by which we can come to decisions about disagreements. And for some time, we even took some pride. We've got a system here that allows us to disagree well. And if we lose, we go back to the drawing board, try and get more allies, we go back for another vote and try and win. But I think we have an erosion of support for our system of adjudicating our disagreements, such that now both sides try to game the system, however, such that we get the results that we want. And we've lost faith in a system that we have enough in common with each other that we can agree to the system by which we disagree.
That we can persuade, or that
we can persuade, that we can use reason. The first
yeah.
Federalist paper, Hamilton writes, I'm not going to get it exactly right, but it seems that we are the people who've been given the choice to build a government based on reflection of choice, and not just be bantered by the winds of chance and determinism. And again, I butchered it, I apologize. I know there's people who have it memorized. And I think that wasn't just for that generation. It's every generation of Americans, given we are a creedal nation, not one based on race, blood, or religion. And we are poorly equipped to do that now because of, how many times students say, I feel this, right? Which is an indicator of that a little bit. So I think it's win, and we no longer know how to lose well and go back to the drawing board.
We're going to get another round here from, yes, Christopher.
It seems to me that one thing that explains that answers the question I asked earlier, is that Americans for a long time did agree on a rough philosophical anthropology, roughly derived from, Protestant Christianity. This probably lasted until a bit after World War II. Intellectuals had departed from that a long time earlier, but intellectuals had limited influence until modern media and the modern university. And what happened, I think, is that it took a generation or two. It took from maybe the 50s to, the 90s or so, or at the turn of the century, for that philosophical anthropology to be really thoroughly hollowed out and replaced by what became more and more dominant after the 1960s. There was just a sea change in the kinds of questions that dominated politics. Before up until the 1960s, it was things like especially business versus labor and kind of division of the economic pie and economic opportunity for people. The kinds of things you can compromise on reasonably well. But beginning with the 1960s, it was questions of a much deeper philosophical anthropology. Sexuality, for example, being one of the most obvious examples. Abortion, the meaning of human life, and then ultimately, questions about feminism, about homosexuality, about transgenderism. And it seems to me that helps to explain why there was this movement. There was no longer any agreement on a philosophical anthropology. And so you end up with people talking by each other, having a great deal of difficulty talking to each other because of the depth of differences about those questions. And I just hope that Yuval's optimistic side is right, that in a situation like that, it may be that young people now are confronting those questions in a way that they haven't been for a while, and that might hold some hope for moving beyond the stalemate, the fact that nowadays it's primarily people yelling at each other, authenticity being the dominant kind of virtue, replacing reason as the key. I mean, even in liberalism for a long time, reason had a really special status, right? I mean, that's what liberalism was all about at one time. And yet now, we can't tell a man from a woman. I mean, it's just a very strange world we live in. So my commentary for what it's worth.
I guess I'm inclined to resist a little bit the form of argument that says that the end of the 1950s are kind of the hinge of history. And so I'm not sure that Americans before that time walked around all agreeing about a philosophical anthropology. I think that the kinds of issues that rise and fall in American politics trace a more complicated picture than that. I mean, there were very profound debates about the nature of the human person in the America of the pre-Civil War 19th century. And there was a broken politics in that America too, much more broken than ours is. And so I think that there are, without suggesting a determinism to it, I think there are cycles to this sort of thing. And I think that ultimately human beings do look for something more serious when they're confronted with the kind of thin gruel that our politics throws up to us now. And so my hope is rooted in how bad things are. I'm a conservative.
More century Messiah?
Yeah. I mean, read the book of Jeremiah and you just won't be surprised by much about today. Yeah.
Back there.
Hi, my name is Aviva Lund, and I'm representing Dr. Kevin Majors from Optimal Work. I wonder if neuroscience could provide hope to having common ground in the discussion of what is morally good. We have found already in our work that people listen to how we should live because of neuroscience, and neuroscience supports Aristotelian virtue ethics. And in our work, we use a combination of neuroscience and Aristotelian virtue ethics to help humans flourish in work and beyond. So my question to you is, what role do you think neuroscience, that is neurobiology, neuropsychology, the phenomenology of human experience and human flourishing, what role can that play in inspiring common ground in moral discussion?
John Peter, that one seems like right up your alley.
Well, when you talk about the kind of the phenomenology of experience. I mean, on the issue of neuroscience and neurobiology, it sparks to my mind all kinds of questions about philosophy of mind and whatnot, and what are we, the relationship between mind and brain, and to what extent a better understanding of the brain and its functions and how it relates to the rest of our bodily structure is, to what extent that informs or sits parallel to or has less to do with what we are as embodied souls or minds. So that's obviously a very interesting question, but to kind of to hang on the hook for a second of the kind of the phenomenology of experience, I certainly think that there is kind of a rich philosophical tradition in morality and ethics that takes sentiment seriously. It takes the experience of other people's actions seriously, looking back to, say, the 18th century with Adam Smith and David Hume, sentimentalists who regarded morality as being fundamentally rooted in kind of an impartial distillation of our kind of sentimental reactions to the actions and activity of others. And this is kind of fresh in my mind to some extent because I read this into, and use his name again, John Stuart Mill in the 19th century, who I think takes this up to a large extent, and where his utilitarianism actually lies. And I mean, so I think that do I think that moral sentimentalism and kind of trying to impartially distill moral sentiments can tell us a lot, in fact, kind of de facto, about a particular community's moral standards, reactions, interests, beliefs? Sure, yes. Do I think that as an as a matter of trying to understand what morality really is and truly prescribes and proscribes, to what extent does it? I mean, I think it does to the extent that morality should be at least consonant with our human nature, such that nothing which is entirely alien to our sentiments and anything we can kind of develop a sentimental attachment to would probably fall outside the bounds of any kind of reasonable morality. But at the same time, I think one of the criticisms of a moral sentimentalism one can draw is that it is very much bounded to the particular historical developed expectations of particular communities. So people like Hume certainly wanted to universalize his sentimentalism and say there's kind of this universal, impartial, or judicious spectator. I'm a little more dubious about that, and also a little more optimistic about the ability of a kind of more serious rational philosophy like natural law theory to criticize and tutor our sentiments and change them.
I was too busy sweating through Professor George's classes to take it in neurobiology in college. But it does strike me that just sort of a basic commonly understood biology is an important element of the story we're telling, and that is something that Mike in particular has already mentioned, which is children. The fact that civilization, our defense of civilization has to start with these barbarians that come into our homes. And we have to start over from scratch every generation and make them fitted for freedom. And a view of government and politics and society that doesn't take adequate account of that is just fundamentally flawed for that reason. When you're talking about children not being autonomous, gosh, my own 5-year-old sure thinks he is. And that constitutes a major part of the problem of parenthood. Maybe one more question we have time for. Yes, you.
Hi, I'm Ben Huff from Randolph-Macon College. My question is about the prospects for getting back to the sort of federalist, Enlightenment vision of a rational debate. And, I don't want to overestimate how much that was really true in the past. But I think that we do have a wide range of philosophical backgrounds represented in our culture, in just a much wider range of philosophical backgrounds represented then. were present at the time of the founding. A certain amount of commonality was assumed in the Federalist Papers as part of what would make unity possible. What are the prospects? Alistair McIntyre would say, we do need a shared reference frame in order to have constructive disagreements. Is there any progress we can make toward having more in the way of shared reference frames for our disagreements?
So I'll echo what you've all said. In some ways, that things have gotten bad can give one hope. And I've already butchered Alexander Hamilton, so I'll butcher Horace, who has a line that's something to the effect of, you can chase nature out with a pitchfork, but she always comes back. And while there is, and we're going to get into another election season, and negativity will be effective, and the political scientists will tell us that, but I do think that there's a hunger for seeing this done well. And you can look at Robbie and Cornell's tours, and on campuses where you have audiences that aren't going to agree with either of them on everything, and yet there's a hunger for that. And there are a number of organizations that are active. Braver Angels is one of them. There's some others. So in one respect, if I look at the data, I have no reason for strong hope. But as a religious person, as a Christian, I don't think that the success or failure of a cultural renewal is based purely on human things. So I'm hopeful that if we do the work, if we do the prep, we put in the effort, we reach out to those with whom we disagree, we treat them with respect even when not treated respectfully ourselves, that there will be a hunger for that amidst people who are going to tire of the negativity and the toxicity that characterizes so much of our discourse.
I would only add that I don't think we should overestimate the philosophical depth of our differences in this moment. Our differences still are fundamentally a difference between a kind of liberal who looks at political questions in terms of order and disorder, and a kind of liberal who looks at political questions in terms of oppressor and oppressed. And that difference absolutely existed among the founding generation. I think the Declaration of Independence was written by people who were on opposite sides of that exact division, and that they nonetheless believed that there could be a framework through which they would not only live together, but build a political community together. And that ultimately the Constitution provided them with exactly a way to do that, and a way to live as a unified society that understood unity not as a way of thinking alike, but of acting together. And that Constitution is still there. It is sitting there waiting for us. We're doing a very good job ignoring it, but I do think that it offers us an enormous amount if we are willing to take it up, and that the case for constitutionalism in our time is rooted precisely in the fact that we are a divided society. I don't think the divisions are going away, but I do think we can live with them, because I guess I don't think that they are as philosophically profound as we who tend to think in philosophical categories sometimes persuade ourselves they are.
All right. Well, that question and those comments actually dovetail nicely with a section of the book that I found that I had highlighted 30 years ago, but which I think is actually more relevant maybe now. Professor George writes, unlike enemies in a war, people or parties in a more or less well-ordered political community who engage each other in public debate and political competition concerning ways of best pursuing the common good are, in an important sense, cooperating for the sake of that common good. I think that is something that we could all stand to keep in mind more, and I hope you will join me in thanking our panelists for contributing to the common good just now.
Am I on now?
Well, just one.
Testing, one, two.
Yeah.
Age is mostly testing, one,
It's
two,
just
three.
like guys in
It's
their
on.
30s
Good.
and 40s.
Okay, we're getting ready to get started.
A few of us in their 50s.
Young guy.
Young guys. I know. It's amazing how the younger crowd gets older. Yeah, I think Nikki Haley is just squishy.
Take your seats. We're getting ready to get. Hello. Getting ready to get started. One more time. One more time. Go ahead and get started. Just speak up. I can't hear myself, but they can hear me?
Yes, they should be able to.
Okay. Okay. Hi, I'm Byron from Baylor University, also from Pepperdine University. He said they can hear me, but I can't hear anything. I can't hear them.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Father Mom, where is he? Is he in business school?
Hello. Is this better? Can you hear me? Great. Okay, folks, we need to get started. Good afternoon.
You're a prophet.
My name is Byron Johnson. I'm from Baylor University, and I'm also from Pepperdine University. It's a new arrangement and sounded odd to say, but very proud of that. Welcome to the panel on social science and public morality. You're in for a treat. It's going to be a little bit different than the last panel, as enjoyable as that was. So you're going to hear some number crunching social scientists sharing data about what we know related to this topic. And then we're also going to hear from a social entrepreneur, a problem solver. So let me do some introductions, and then I'll have a seat, and the rest of the panel will all be seated as we move forward. So I'm going to introduce them. Next to me is Mark Regnerus. I've had the privilege of knowing Mark for a couple of decades. He is a professor of sociology at the University of Texas. He's also president of the Austin Institute in Austin, Texas, which also has ties to Robbie, as most of us do in this room. I was thinking, Robbie, where are you? I saw him a second ago. You know, you kind of remind me of Nick Saban if you follow college football, because you have all these coaches around the country that they're all attached to the Nick Saban tree. And I feel like most of us are attached to the Robbie George tree that are here, except we're not trying to kill you on the weekends, you know, we adore you. But Mark has written many papers and books that are directly relevant to the subject that we're about to hear about today. And he has written 4 books by Oxford Press, each related to our topic. The most 2 recent really are spot on: The Future of Christian Marriage by Oxford Press, and then Cheap Sex and the Transformation of Men and Marriage and Monogamy. So you'll look forward to hearing from him in just a moment. Brad Wilcox, who I've also known for a long, long time, He is at the University of Virginia. He's also a sociologist, but he also, like Mark, wears several hats. He directs the National Marriage Project. He's a senior fellow at the Institute for Family Studies. He's also a non-resident fellow here at AEI, as well as at Baylor. He was a fellow at Yale when we first met. And in fact, these two guys, John DiIulio and I, back in the day, I think in 2000, we both heard about Mark and Brad, and we said we got to get them to Penn, where we were both running a center there for the study of religion and urban civil society. And so we brought them to town and commissioned them to do some of the projects that they have continued to do over the last couple of decades. And so Brad's written a number of important books. When Marriage Disappears, The Retreat from Marriage in Middle America, and Gender and Parenthood, Biological and Sociological Perspectives. So two top sociologists, I'm so glad that they could be here. And then last is someone that I've only known shortly, and I hate that because Ian Rowe is an amazing, amazing person. And, you know, I asked him earlier, these things that I'm reading in your bio, do they happen at different times in your life or all at the same time? Because he has founded a number of different organizations. He's the CEO of a number of different organizations dealing with character-based education, charter schools in Bronx, New York, and he's affiliated with the Woodson Center, our dear friend Bob Woodson, and he writes for the 1776 Unites campaign. He is truly an entrepreneur and you've worked for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation too, and MTV. So I don't know how all this comes together, Ian, but I'm excited to hear about that. But we're going to be kicked off by Mark Regnerus from Austin, Texas. Mark, you want to get us going?
Thanks, Byron. I'm going to tweak Robbie's book title just a little bit and talk about making men immoral. And then we can work backwards from there towards the goal. One of the perplexing factors in the efforts to make men, in particular men, moral is their own achievements in the mating market, where men have obvious increased power today, precisely because they are more apt to be floundering in life. Now, how does this work? Well, not all of them have power in the mating market, and that is the key. The sexual technologies I wrote about back in Cheap Sex, the wide uptake of artificial contraception, streaming pornography, and the depersonalizing nature of online dating, all make it much more possible for some men to have easier and wider and quicker access to more sexual relationships with women, and for all men to have easy and quick access to mimicking real sex online. All this attracts the average man. This is a particularly pronounced problem in particular places, especially Washington, D.C., a city in which I have never heard a woman say it was easy to find a good husband. In no small part because they notably outnumber men, leaving the men even more power to be selective, picky, and slow. I dare say the share of women in D.C. who are marriage-minded notably outnumber the share of men who want to marry, at least relatively soon, which creates a situation in which power over the decision to marry flows towards men. I could say this demographic quirk about DC has nothing to do with sexual technology, but that just cannot be true. The only way you have scores of young women working in the district is because of the wide uptake of contraception. It doesn't matter that, say, 10% of them or 40% of them refuse to participate in that regime. They're still dramatically outnumbered by their peers who do. success stories here, nice young woman meets and marries nice young man, are noticeable because they're more difficult to accomplish than before. It's just the way it is. Critics of mine have recently taken to claiming that sex must have gotten more expensive lately, not cheap, more expensive lately, since the data now point to men and women, married and cohabiting, having less sex in general, rising age at first sex, and fewer teen pregnancies. Okay, those things are happening. But I don't buy the argument that somehow sex has gotten more expensive. Sex may be getting rarer, but it hasn't gotten cheaper. It's gotten weirder. We're lonelier. Men and women are masturbating a good deal more than they used to. I mapped this statistically. Statistically significant change over 5 years between 2013 and 2018 on that count, both men and women. So there, you can't legislate that. I agree. But the kinds of patterns that have brought us to this place can change. We've seen them change in one direction, but that's not the only direction they can turn in. The marriage market hinges on sexual technologies. If that marriage market was healthier, it would benefit more adults and the children born to them. But until we witness a downturn in the use of contraception of any sort, we're unlikely to see the marriage market rise. Until we see the marriage rate increase, since it is a measure, among other things, of the cost of stable access to sex, until we see that marriage rate increase, it's hard to discern how men, as a class, will drift toward moral sexual relationships rather than away from them. Until we witness basic elevated standards in what Instagram and other online media companies show, it's hard to imagine we could create legal criteria around pornography. But until we witness successful efforts to limit pornography, it's hard to fathom how young men could angle towards marriage and how young women could find themselves in legitimately unpornified relationships. For sure, they could search efficiently and quickly online today for just the right qualities in a spouse. But the sheer number of possibilities along the way have a way of making everyone pickier, to see things that aren't really there, and ironically, slow the whole process down by the one thing Americans cannot resist: having more choices. So I think I'm with Robbie on one of the principles outlined in Making Men Moral. That is, the impossibility of moral neutrality in politics, particularly evident in our sexual politics. Neutrality doesn't seem to me like a standard. It's largely the absence of a standard. Of course, there are still standards, but moral neutrality breeds such modest standards that we're witnessing a race to the bottom. It makes one wonder about the realm of lawmaking, or even strong norm-making in this domain today. It's near impossible to imagine that our sexual technologies could or ever will be rolled back. I can't picture it happening democratically. Basically, the terrain of what is possible here, what can foster moral men, is quite different than before the democratization of cheap sex. There are groups doing good work, reducing trafficking, as well as making headway on the most egregious organizations in the realm of online pornography. But it's frustrating to win one fight and then realize that YouTube and Facebook Reels are now operating in near pornographic territory. That wasn't true, I'd say, 2 years ago. But when ad dollars sit behind clicks on suggestive content, it feels like we're playing a game of whack-a-mole. You can tell them you don't want to see it, but they're slow to accommodate your wishes. Meanwhile, organizations continue to woo people with some what seem to be monstrous miscalculations about where we're actually headed. I presume it's on purpose, but I don't know. For example, Bumble, the online matching app, very popular, that gives women an advantage by letting them make the first move. As far as I know, that's the only thing that's different about it from Tinder. Bumble has just released its own data-based predictions of our near future, offered by a sociologist among them. The one that particularly caught my eye, this is made for as soon as 2024. The hookup will die, they say. A growing desire for truthfulness and authenticity in dating, plus steadily increasing STD rates, according to the CDC, will result in couples taking it slower when they first meet. This is Bumble's prediction. It's ironic that an online dating app is talking about truthfulness when the paradigm itself thrives on deception from start to finish, from the cultivation of an ideal profile to ghosting people. And we go along. But I cannot fathom how the hookup could die, certainly a quick death, given current market realities. I think what they actually mean to say is that regardless of data, women who in theory control Bumble want the hookup to die. They want authenticity in dating, and they want to take it slow when they first meet. But it doesn't mean they're going to get it. The market conditions don't favor it still. Get rid of all the immoral men, or the demonstrably immoral men, in the mating market, and what will you have? You'll have a sex ratio so lopsided that the competition for the moral men will encourage their immorality. That's what happens when women compete for men. The model of marriage that will not go away is one that Robbie, Sharif, and Ryan have talked about. The one in which men and women provide for each other what they cannot or prefer not to provide for themselves. But the struggle for equality between the sexes seems largely about the workplace and wages, historic territory of the provision of men. Women don't need their provisions so much anymore. Fine. But we can't be surprised that some unanticipated and unpleasant consequences result. Marriage as an institution suffers, and I can't see a way that we foster a wide culture of moral men and women without a thriving institution of marriage. Don't complain to me about bad examples of marriage, because this is a social problem, and social problems are just not simply the sum total of individual experiences. They just don't work like that. So that's my opening 12 minutes or so, and we'll take questions after this.
Thank you, I think, Mark. Brad, opening remarks.
It's a pretty sobering start there, Mark, for us to begin on here. My kind of commentary is sobering as well, but not quite as sobering as Mark's. So in this book that we're talking about both today and tomorrow, Robbie wrote that societies have reason to care about what might be called their moral ecology. And clearly, Robbie understands that there are probably no institutions that are more important to that ecology than the institutions of marriage and the family. But both of those have been clearly weakened in cultures, as he notes in his book, in which large numbers of people have come to understand themselves as satisfaction seekers. That's his term. Dovetails with some of the points that Mark just made. And I think we kind of could talk about this in terms of like the current hunt for the latest dopamine fix. He also touches on the way in which, though, it's not just sort of this cultural dynamic playing out, that we have, I think we're all acquainted with, but also the way in which there are changes in laws and public policies in the last half century that have combined to weaken these two core institutions. We can think about the way in which no-fault divorce has reduced confidence in marriage. There's new research, for instance, from Penn, actually, on the way in which no-fault divorce has helped to fuel inequality when it comes to marriage. Just the way it's sort of played out, it's had a more deleterious effect on working class and poor couples' confidence in marriage. That is no-fault divorce. So that's one example of kind of shifts in law have undercut the institution of marriage. And we're also, I think, aware of the way in which changes in welfare policies have unintentionally ended up penalizing marriage. Changes, for instance, in Medicaid and direct cash welfare over the last couple of decades have combined, in many cases, to make it more financially feasible to cohabit or have kids on your own rather than to marry. So these are ways in which changes in sort of public policy and law have undercut the institutions of marriage and family. So kind of given these changes, both kind of in the culture and in law and public policy, that would kind of dovetail with some of the observations that Robbie George made in his book, how is this affecting men today? What's the consequence for men today? To kind of play on your comments and sort of making them immoral would be kind of one way to think about this. But I want to think about kind of this from sort of the civilizational perspective, and sort of thinking about kind of the American civilization's concern with, as the Declaration put it, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but also kind of thinking too about understandings of the American dream as well. And from the kind of perspective, though, of the Declaration, I think we can think about on the sort of the point about life in part here, from men's perspective, is that we've seen record increases in, for instance, suicide and deaths of despair. So just yesterday, the CDC reported to us that yet again, last year, we have seen a record high in suicide in this country. And we know, of course, that men are most affected by this because men are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than are women. And here, the retreat from marriage that's been unfolding that Mark touched on over the last really 5 decades has had a disparate effect on men, because men who are unmarried are the ones who are most likely to commit suicide. So this is sort of one area where the sort of the life piece is affected by the retreat from marriage. When it comes to liberty, we can think about, obviously, over the last couple of decades, the tremendous amount of incarceration that we've seen play out in the United States. It would be sort of one example of men not being able to exercise their liberty. And what we know from Raj Chetty's data is that one of the top predictors of men being incarcerated is the share of single-parent families in a community. So here we can kind of see how declines in marriage have helped to sort of negatively impact men's liberty. And then when it comes to kind of that classic American pursuit, that is the pursuit of happiness, we have a new paper from the University of Chicago telling us that since around 2000, happiness has come down for both women and men. And my own work indicates that really the sort of the top predictor of happiness for men in America is a good marriage. And given the kinds of dynamics that Mark has just been talking about, obviously fewer and fewer men have access to both a good marriage and just marriage more generally. So this is sort of one more way in which kind of the retreat from marriage has ended up affecting men's access again to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then finally, on the American dream point, we know as well from Raj Chetty's work and some work of other economists that one of the top predictors of kind of realizing the dream for poor kids, including poor boys, is the share of two-parent families in communities across the U.S. And so the fact that there are so many communities now that have many single-parent families is kind of limiting the ability of poor boys, to rise, to experience that rags to riches story that has been central to the American experience and to the American dream. So these are just some of the ways in which I think this retreat from marriage that's unfolded over the last 5 decades. We've seen the marriage rate fall by 65% since 1970, for instance, has affected men's capacity to enjoy their lives, to enjoy their liberty, to pursue happiness, and to realize the American dream. So, and this is all, I think, all kind of playing out empirically in ways that Robbie's book would, I think, lead us to expect. And so unless and until we can kind of turn the corner when it comes to the culture and our public policies and our laws in ways that are more marriage friendly, we aren't likely to see a revival of marriage and men's fortunes as well. So concretely, what we could do, I think, would be on the cultural front, and maybe Ian will speak more about this, is to think about how we could promulgate the success sequence in both public schools and PSA campaigns. The sequence, of course, being the idea that we're telling young adults that if you get at least a high school degree, you work full time, and get married before having kids, your odds of making it financially and otherwise are quite high. Only 3% of folks who do the sequence are poor when they're in their late 20s and 30s. But using the sequence as kind of a vehicle for kind of communicating, especially I think the value of marriage to younger adults, to make them more enthusiastic about making the sacrifices that marriage requires and pursuing it more directly. I think it means looking much more seriously at what's been called kind of limbic capitalism. If you look at the top 10 corporations in terms of their market capitalization in the United States, from Meta to Microsoft, and there are more in that top 10 group. A lot of them are making a lot of money by getting our young men hooked on things that are not good for them, things that were referenced in part by Mark. And so we need to think about, I think, new ways to regulate them. We have sin taxes for alcohol and tobacco. I think we need to think about sin taxes for Meta and Microsoft when it comes to things like gaming and the new AI companions that are going to be coming on board in a big way soon. And then finally, I think in terms of thinking about public policy, looking at addressing marriage penalties in programs like Medicaid, and when it comes to family law, looking at ways to reform marriage law. We're not going to go back to the sort of fault-based model for marriage that existed prior to the 1970s, but I think we can think about ways to sort of reform marriage law to make divorce more just and even less common than it is now. It's been falling since 1980, so that's a bit of good news there. So these are some of the kinds of things that I think would make both marriage stronger and more attractive and appealing, and would help steer our young men, our boys, our teenagers, our 20-something guys away from some of the vices that have been fueled by a variety of developments, both in the culture and in the economy in recent years. So we need to think about all these different measures as ways to make men more moral and to strengthen our core institution, which of course is marriage. So that's my comment. Thanks.
So I don't think these statistics shock you, and I think that's probably the reason why you do what you do, Ian.
I am undaunted in front of these statistics. Thank you, and hopefully this is a bit more of a hopeful presentation. It's a great honor to be here on the 30th anniversary of Making Men Moral. As I thought about this, I kept coming back to a quote that's always been influential for me. It's Frederick Douglass, when he said, quote, "It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men," end quote. That quote from Douglas has always provided me inspiration for why I'm both a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and why I also lead public charter schools in the Bronx in New York City. It's far more effective to shape the moral attitudes, skills, and behaviors of a rising generation than to take on the tall task of having a lost generation of grown-ups unlearn what they think they know and find a new path. My own personal story, on July 11, 2016, at about 4 p.m., I had an epiphany moment that made me realize even more the importance of what Douglas said of building intergenerational advantage versus trying to repair generational disadvantage. As some of you know, on that hot summer afternoon on 149th Street and 3rd Avenue in the South Bronx, I discovered the Who's Your Daddy truck, a 22-foot baby blue Winnebago truck that turned out to be a mobile DNA testing center on wheels, in which low-income folks were spending somewhere between $350 and $500 to take swab tests to answer questions like, are you my sister? Could you be my father? Deep questions about identity. That experience, along with learning that the non-marital birth rate in this community in the Bronx was 84%, led us to begin teaching the success sequence in schools. It's actually how I first discovered, Brad, that this data was out there. Especially for boys who are not always seeing positive role models in their lives, we determined that one step in helping boys make the transition to manhood is to teach them that for young people who do complete just a high school degree, then get a full-time job, so they learn the dignity and discipline of work, and then if they have children, marriage first. 97% of millennials who follow that series of decisions avoid poverty. This is an important step to helping young people realize that the most profound decision a human being can make is to bring another human being into the world. And I encourage middle and high schools across the country to incorporate teaching the success sequence into their curriculum. And through AEI, we will soon be offering a curriculum free of charge to any school in the country on how to do that. But here's the thing, teaching the mechanics of the success sequence is not enough. It's necessary, but not sufficient. Sharing data alone lacks a moral dimension. We have to ask ourselves, why would a young man, or a young woman for that matter, choose to engage in this disciplined, future-oriented behavior, especially if they are not surrounded by healthy, married families that could provide an inspiration to let them know what is possible and that the wait is worth it. Without some underlying ethical conviction, it would be very difficult to muster the courage to withstand the social pressure. We must be intentional about the type of morality that we want our young charges to pursue if we want them to truly lead self-determined lives of meaning and purpose. That's why I've become so focused on cultivating agency in young people. And I define agency as the force of your free will guided by moral discernment. The force of your free will guided by moral discernment. So think of agency like a vector, like velocity, where velocity is not just speed, it's speed and direction. So if agency is free will plus this moral discernment, where does that moral guidance come from? And for me, one way to provide guidance is to build schools that are open about their deliberate desire to indoctrinate their students into a core set of values. I've now launched Vertex Partnership Academies, a public charter high school in District 12 in the Bronx, which seeks to develop virtuous high school graduates who've acquired the habits, knowledge, and sense of personal agency necessary to lead self-determined, purposeful lives of American and global citizenship. The school is organized around the 4 cardinal virtues of courage, justice, temperance, and wisdom. And they're called the cardinal virtues from the Latin root cardo, which means hinge, because they are the root virtues upon which all other standards of moral excellence depend. Each virtue is an intrinsic life habit that we seek to cultivate within each student. And the idea is that when normed and practiced regularly, these individual behaviors then form the collective basis of a good society, a community that is self-governed by public virtue. And for each virtue, there is an I statement. And we require our students to memorize these I statements as part of the process for how we want them to internalize their sense of personal responsibility and agency. So for courage, the statement is, I reject victimhood and boldly persevere, even in times of uncertainty and struggle. For justice, I uphold our common humanity and honor the inherent dignity of each individual. Temperance, I lead my life with self-discipline because I am responsible for my learning and my behavior. And finally, wisdom, I make sound judgments based on knowledge of objective, universal truth. The idea is that our students first learn these virtue definitions in their head and ultimately in their hearts to manage their own attitudes and behavior. If we want to build a self-governing, free society of morally minded citizens, then we need to create environments in which the norm encourages impeccable character and behavior, and that there are social sanctions for deviating from that norm. And let me just make one point, since this is focused on making men moral. One point I must say is that prior to running this virtues-based high school, for 10 years I ran a network of all girls and all boys elementary and middle schools. And while there were certain pedagogical practices that differed in these single-sex schools, the core underlying values between the schools did not differ. We required both boys and girls to live up to the core value of responsibility, which we defined as doing the right thing even when no one is watching. I say this because in the quest to make men moral, it is not only necessary to cultivate boys to be respectful, to honor individual dignity, to do the right thing even when no one is watching. We must also cultivate strong girls with equal moral fortitude, girls who expect principled behavior of themselves and demand the same from boys. There has to be reciprocity. And while I started my remarks with a quote from Frederick Douglass, here's another quote, "Give me a child until he is 7, and I will show you the man," end quote. Some say this quote is a Jesuit motto, others attribute it to Aristotle. Either way, it underscores the idea that it is important to start early with the end in mind. And ultimately, when it comes to the idea of making men moral, I think we all want a world in which no girl or boy ever has to ask the question, who's your daddy? Because the answer will always be, he is right here. Thank you.
So Mark, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Based on everything you've told us, if you had to go another 30 years, because we're looking back, Robbie, 30 years, now let's look forward 30 years. Is there any sense in which you find optimism in the data, or does it look pretty pessimistic to you?
30 years is a long time in this domain, which is ironic given that marriage and sexual relationships are very old. But the thing is so dynamic that I'm not sure I could speculate too widely on sort of like the situation with marriage. I mean, we can't continue this a percentage point a year decline for the last 40 plus years in the marriage rate in some ways. When will that hit bottom? I think there's something to say for that. Now, you see in some other countries how the average age at marriage or the median age at marriage keeps increasing, but there's a ceiling to that. It seems to be around 32, 33 for women, maybe 34 for men. You can map it in Scandinavia easier because they didn't really give up on marriage, but organized cohabitation took its place a while ago. But people still marry, but organized cohabitation means something different there than it does here. So, and their median age at marriage seems to have peaked. It's pretty stable, and it's bottomed out. There's sort of the share of people who married by, say, age 30, right around 20 to 25%. So there is some levels below, it seems, which we're probably not going to go. Because people still connect childbearing with marriage tightly. I mean, it's one of the amazing things that continues to happen is, well, why do people decide to marry when they're, say, 33 or 34 or 35? Because they kind of still want a shot at marital childbearing, right? Because women, on average, do not wish to have children out of wedlock. They don't want that. When they have that situation, it's seldom because they're giving it the union a thumbs up. So I think there are reasons for seeing it's going to bottom out, but does that mean you turn a corner and you start to increase the marriage rate? I don't see the signs of it. See the way we go about meeting today, online is taking over fairly rapidly, and they've tweaked it fairly significantly in the last decade or so. Now you have this Bumble kind of like, let's give some power to women, which is an admission that the whole thing is kind of male-dominated, right? That men get what they want much easier than women do. So let's try to turn the rules a little bit. What else can they do towards that end? I don't know. I don't believe their so-called data about what's right around the corner. Yeah. I think it's wishful thinking. They want this to occur. And so sometimes if you plant ideas in men, you have the hope that it will catch on. But I think, broadly speaking, sociologically, individual men may act differently. But what should you expect is, men respond to demands made upon them. If they don't get what they want easily, they'll work harder for it. That's just not the situation. I don't see that changing soon.
So Brad, you've written a lot about the transformative power of marriage. And so I'd like for you to talk a little bit about the many different ways in which that is evidenced in the data. And then also hearing Ian with a bit of good news, I think, are there, and you alluded to this, interventions that we can be thinking about that would help communicate this transformative power of marriage that you might share with us?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to understanding kind of how marriage affects men, I mean, one domain obviously is just sort of when it comes to work. And we see is that men tend to work harder, they tend to work more strategically, they work more hours, so less likely to be unemployed. So a colleague of mine, for instance, has found that when it comes to sort of the job search process, basically, that men who are married are much more likely not to quit their current job until they've identified the next job, right? Whereas men who are single are much more likely just to quit that first job and men kind of to look around for that second job. So they're less prudential, the men who are not married. She also found too that in her sample that men who were married were much less likely to be fired than men who were single. So it's these kinds of dynamics, you know, in the workplace and in men's lives that then translate to what's called the marriage premium, and that is that men who are married earn between 10 and 20% more than their peers who are not married. Of course, the question there is how much of that's really a causal effect of marriage versus just the kind of idea that some men are more, you know, have the kinds of traits and endowments and orientations that make them both more marriageable and more responsible and successful at work. And we do actually have now twin studies. And we find, for instance, in one twin study from Minnesota, that identical twins, the guys who were married were earning about 26% more than their identical twins who were not married. So pretty robust evidence that there's something causal about marriage as an institution that motivates men to take their work more seriously, working on behalf of not just their wife, but also their children. We see actually the premium is highest for men who are in intact married families with children. So that seems to tell us that, you know, that the sort of power of marriage when it comes to work is pretty powerful and profound. And it's related to a sense that they are kind of working for not just, again, their spouse, but for their kids as well. What's also interesting too about this, this work on kind of how marriage affects men's lives is that it's not just sociological. I think people can kind of intuit that story to some extent, like I've just explained it, but it's also biological. And this is new. I mean, I think we all recognize that when women have, for instance, you know, when they're pregnant, their bodies change in profound ways, their hormones change in profound ways. But we're learning more and more every year about the ways in which family life affects men biologically as well. And so there's been work done, for instance, in the Philippines, tracking men longitudinally and showing us that when they enter into a co-residential sexual union, their hormones shift, their testosterone levels, for instance, come down. And then when they have a biological child with that partner, their testosterone levels come down even more. And so there's a way in which, I mean, you've heard the term that, you know, marriage and family domesticate men. Well, that's actually true physiologically, okay? So men are less likely to, you know, then in the wake of all this to be as aggressive and as likely to be, you know, going from one, you know, or oriented towards going from one part to the next. So, and of course, marriage has been an institution that has, you know, has helped to put cultural norms and, you know, values and practices kind of around that process in ways to sort of facilitate it. So those are just kind of two examples of the way in which men are transformed by marriage. And it's important to note that there are no group of men today in America who are happier in that 18 to 55 bracket, in that prime bracket, than men who are married with kids. We just did analysis of the General Social Survey, you know the GSS well, and married men with kids, you know, are in the top bracket there for happiness. And also, there's actually an AI report today from Dan Cox, who's a survey researcher at AI, telling us that many women today think that men benefit from marriage and kids, but that women do not. So just as a side note, I want to just, you know, basically tell everyone here, especially the women in the audience, that the story is the same for women in the GSS. There is no group of women who are happier in the United States today in that prime band from 1855 than women who are married with kids. Yes, being a mother, you know, can be extremely challenging, I recognize that. But the particular women who are kind of in that middle age band of 35 to 55, the women who are married with kids are just doing markedly better than their female peers who are not married and who are not moms. So for both women and for men, you know, this core institution is, you know, is valuable from a psychological perspective as well, not just a financial perspective. So that's sort of the positive story about marriage. And I think also, I'm not answering your question, but I do want to stress we're in a conservative think tank. And one of the stories coming out in my book in February, which is called Get Married with HarperCollins, is that ideologically speaking, there are no group of Americans who are as happy with their lives as conservatives are. And I think probably one of the biggest reasons that's the case is that conservatives are doing relatively better in all of this. So they're more likely to be getting married in the first place. They're more likely, both the women and the men, to be happily married in the second place. And those two facts, social facts of being more married and more happily married, are a big part of the story that explains why we see in public opinion data that conservatives are the happiest Americans. So they're the ones most likely to kind of be realizing that, that classic American pursuit, that is the pursuit of happiness. So that's sort of, again, another kind of piece of good news for this audience here. But in terms of, I think, what do we do? We've talked about the sort of success sequence. We've talked about, I think, trying to reform, some of our means-tested programs and policies to stop penalizing marriage. We've talked about the need to reform marriage law as well. I think beyond that, we need to also think creatively about, public messaging campaigns, especially on social media, to kind of reach the rising generation, because we know that if the kids don't kind of turn around on this issue and to have a sort of a deeper aspiration to get married and to develop the virtues that will make them good spouses, then we're going to be in trouble on this score. And then I also touched too on technology too. I think we've got to think about new ways to contain not just these devices and not just the gaming Xboxes that Microsoft produces, like I referred to earlier, but we are now seeing the development of these new AI platforms, AI companions that are extremely sort of compelling and intoxicating, and are going to be drawing in our kids and our young adults and many adults in ways that I think are going to be profoundly dehumanizing. And so that's going to affect obviously men and women and boys and girls. So thinking about how do we tackle these technological developments in ways that allow us to resist the sort of temptation just to sort of interact with devices rather than with real people. So if we can't sort of figure out, and we're not going to put the technology back obviously into the bottle, that's obviously not happening, but are there ways that we can kind of use both public policy and civil society and our family practices to limit the power of these devices, and then also to push the technology in a better direction. So one thing, I just sort of on the Bumble piece, one of my friends from college at UVA, his son has actually just started a new app that's a dating app that's using AI as well, and it seems to be pretty good. But the aim of this app is to help people get married. So you only go on the app if you're looking to get married, right? So this is the way in which we could kind of begin to use technology, in a more constructive way, rather than Tinder's obviously it's about hooking up in large part. So there may be ways we can kind of use the technology that's developing to steer us in a more humane direction, both for women and especially also for men.
Great, thank you. So Ian, I'm hoping that you're going to tell us that all across the country there are examples that are similar to the one that you've talked about in the Bronx. I hope you're not going to say that you're an outlier.
Well, I'm weird, but well, I guess let me just say a couple of things. So one is, I do think it's important to distinguish that marriage is definitely in the decline, but there are dramatic educational differences in marriage, right? So if you look at college graduates, there has not been this decline, or very slight, where the age of first marriage, even though it's getting older, is still several years younger than the age of first birth. Thus why the non-marital birth rate for college graduates is still maybe 10, 11%, which is relatively low. And if you look at high school dropouts on the other end of the spectrum, you see that what you call the great crossover, the age of first birth is younger than the age of first marriage, and that occurred 50 years ago. And the non-marital birth rate there is 83%. And so you've got this big swath in the middle now, sort of high school, some college, that's 60% of the country. The crossover occurred maybe 20 years ago, where again, first births are now happening before first marriage. And the thing that in running schools though, my students, like they don't know these numbers, but their aspiration is to lead a great life. And And even though they're not seeing it in their community, they feel it's the right thing to do. It's a moral thing. And so when we talk about the success sequence, it's very interesting. What they want to know, okay, well, how? How do I do that? How can we remove the obstacles so that young people who are predisposed to do these things? Because I hear that all the time. Well, these people are married, they're predisposed to get, okay, well, I've got young people. I want to make them into the kinds of people that are predisposed to do these things. And so for example, in the district where we just opened up our high school, in District 12 in the Bronx, of the 2,000 or so kids that start traditional high schools in this district, 4 years later, only 7% graduate from high school ready for college, right? Meaning that they start ninth grade and either drop out, or 4 years later they do get their high school degree, but still can't do math nor reading without remediation. And yet, in New York City, there's a cap on charter schools. So if you had a great idea to open a great school, you couldn't do it. So the first rung of getting on the success sequence, something seemingly as simple as getting your high school degree, is not so simple, right? So the solutions to things like marriage or making men moral, we have to remove the obstacles which involve things that are actually outside of the realm of some. So school choice, educational freedom becomes a big first step to remove the obstacle that makes it so hard for kids to get on this path. Okay, the second step, full-time work. Okay, well, we're going to have apprenticeship opportunities within our high school. So at the end of sophomore year, students will be able to choose either a diploma pathway or a careers pathway. They'll have the opportunity to apprentice or internship at a New York City hospital or a Google, so that they have the opportunity to earn an industry credential with labor market value at the end of 4 years of high school. So that's a way that more young people can get the experience of actually working and what that responsibility means. So I'm much more optimistic about these things. So I think we're tapping into an intrinsic desire to do the right thing. And I'm championing the success sequence everywhere I speak, but I've come to realize it's not enough. We have to create a virtues-based context for our kids. We have to recognize the obstacles that stand in the way of what they want to do anyway. And so that's why I just remain determined to get these things done.
Do you think that America's houses of worship are resource-rich in terms of helping with this?
Oh, do I think our houses of research and houses of worship are resource-rich? Well, absolutely, but they're not resource-distributed. Okay. Raj Chetty does his Land of Opportunity study from 2014. You look at the map of the country of, what's the likelihood of a kid who was born in the bottom 20% income level 30 years later be in the top 20%. And he's got this incredible map. Salt Lake City is first in the nation. But you look at the map and you see very wide distribution of which localities. And the three of the primary drivers for what determined the likelihood of upward mobility: one, the percent of strong families with single parent, that's number one. Two, the number of individuals engaged in religious practice and other involved in local civic organizations. And third, the quality of the K-12 system. Just so happens the three rungs of my free framework. But strong families, strong religious organizations, and educational freedom and school choice. Like, we know these things. Yeah. And that's why I feel these are the things that we as grown-ups control. Like, we're talking about social media, of course. Okay, so I run a school. Last year when we opened, we trusted our students to carry their cell phones and not use them, and guess what? That didn't work, right? So this year we said, okay, when you come to school, we've got something called the Yonder Pouch, right? A Yonder Pouch is a very cool little device. So every student has to deposit their cell phone, their smartwatch, their AirPod, everything into this pouch, and it's locked for the entire day. And it's amazing. There's like a little bit of, in the first couple of weeks, but Now, our kids love being in an environment where they don't have to deal with the drama of these devices. And so for a moment, for like 8 or 9 hours, they're in an oasis where they're not texting, they're not going on TikTok. Even though they were supposed to be in school, these were things that were still happening. All this just comes like we are the grown-ups, like we can decide these things.
Yeah.
And so I just sometimes, it stuns me that we whine about these things, we complain about them, but we're in a position to do something, especially as it relates to the rising generation.
Great. Well, we're going to open it up to questions from the crowd. Some microphones coming, I think. Yes. We have one in the front. George, raise your hand so they see you.
Byron, thank God for you navigating this panel and the depth. All three of these guys are just as deep as you can get. It was about 15 years and 1 month ago that a former AEIer that everyone in this room knows wrote a column. It was former Speaker Newt Gingrich. And the title of his column was Let's End Adolescence. And so my query is, with so much governmental bureaucracy focusing on early childhood development, is it time to reorder, perhaps even a hearing, not in the Ways and Means Committee, but if men are necessary in society, should we have this hearing on restoring men and masculinity in the House Natural Resources Committee? And should we begin to evaluate pushing early adulthood as opposed to early childhood? Should we be looking at brain science and how quickly these kids in the digital age are moving faster than anyone else in this room? Is that the beginning of the path to get to where all three of you are talking about, which is really a generation that is resisting committing? They want to be involved in stuff, but marriage requires commitment. And people do not want to commit too much more when they have a plentitude of choices. Can any of you kind of share some thoughts on this collage that I may have thrown out?
Brad?
So I think one thing I would just say in response to that suggestion is that we did a survey at the Institute for Family Studies on the public's interest in forming commissions on boys and men in 5 southeastern states, and about 3/4 of the respondents were for that. And as we've talked to state legislators on this topic, there's a real interest. So I think there is an openness now to kind of addressing in a more forthright way the sort of, and obviously Richard Reeves over Brookings did a book on this subject as well recently too. So I think there is at least a growing recognition in the public at large and in public policy makers that we have a real problem on our hands with boys and men. And so I think that becomes an opportunity for us to begin to think concretely about what are the concrete measures we can take. And obviously I love Ian's example about their approach to technology as one that we're seeing that kind of approach is sort of spreading across many schools nowadays, both public and private. And that's sort of one way I think to help both our young men and our young women to have not just better educations, but more virtuous lives as well too. So, but I think some kind of commission was kind of charged with addressing the crisis and articulating some responses could be helpful at the state or federal level.
Most of the dialogue seems to be about toxic masculinity lately, which I understand that, but how do you get to a discussion of sort of masculinity in general? Toxic masculinity seems to be driven by essentially sort of a radical feminist culture, but then even a discussion about what is masculinity and what is the meaning of marriage in men's lives, that seems to just, I can just see a big battle over like, what does this mean for women, right? Because the academic cadre of again, I'm not talking about regular feminists, I'm talking about radical feminists, they have no interest in a discussion of masculinity as an idea. So what you call for is a good idea, tough slogging to get there.
I mean, just one thing. I mean, like generally, folks who are really supportive of early childhood development, typically more progressive. You want to make large investments there. I actually think there's an opportunity, if you do look at brain science, what's happening 0 to 3, what are the environments where healthy brain development occurs, right? It occurs in environments that are stable, you're absent of ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. And what kind of environment is that? Well, typically it's a child being raised in a married 2-parent household. So maybe there could be a way to merge this sort of pre-existing support on the left of early childhood development with brain research and the value of stable households for children, and it could become an area of, dual consensus to just reiterate this importance of family structure. And none of us have talked about Melissa Kearney's book thus far, The 2-Parent Privilege, which I think is a very, very important book that hopefully is forcing people who are typically warring on this issue we can at least now acknowledge the importance of family structure and particularly 2-parent households as the best structure for children. And now we can have a more bipartisan discussion about the how to get there.
I think we have a question here.
So a question initially for Brad Wilcox, but for anyone on the panel who has an opinion on this, and it pertains to the data you mentioned about how conservatives are the happiest cohort in our population. I don't need data to know that. I would just go the default premise that of course they are, because, to put it in one sentence, they're most in tune with the moral order of the universe, to use Russell Kirk's shorthand phrase. Okay, a lot to unpack there. But I have presented this data to for liberals and people on the left, and the responses I get range from ridiculous to cartoonish. They'll say, well, that's because conservatives are richer. And richer people are, okay. Sure. Right. By the way, I'll bet that's not true if you break out the data. I've never had time to go do the crosstabs. Or they'll say, well, it's because they live in a bubble and they don't pay attention to what's going on in the world, as though we don't read the New York Times and what things that make them sad. Or even more cartoonish is, well, it's because conservatives are part of the oppressor class. And so the question is, what explanations or responses have you heard? Do you hear any that are more intelligent than that? Do you hear others that are worse than that? And what do you hear any thoughtful responses from liberals when you present this, which ought to be something that's a challenge to the liberal outlook on the universe?
Yeah, so there has been obviously a fair bit of commentary on this particular question, and it is true that one of the sort of progressive responses is that conservatives are just sort of happier with injustice, and with the world as it is, and so and then the world of course is deeply unjust and unfair and everything else, and so conservatives can just kind of have made their peace with that, and they can kind of live their lives blissfully ignorant of all of the inequity that surrounds them. But empirically, though, we know both from some work that I've done, from work that Pew has done, work that other people have done, that a large share of this difference is sociological. And so it's partly about, just I was saying about the marriage piece and the family piece. Conservatives also report more satisfying family lives as well, but also about religion, obviously, is part of the story as well. Byron's work, would dovetail with that. And on some measures of community engagement, although it depends on the measure, conservatives are more likely to outperform, progressives. And then moderates, on the family stuff, actually, it's the moderates who are often doing the worst. So the people who don't have strong, kind of clear visions of the good life, right? They're sort of just, middle of the road types of folks, and folks who often are maybe less connected to a variety of community institutions as well. So. But I'm saying that there is a lot of work on sort of the power of institutions and community, and how conservatives are often more integrated into those institutions. But the other piece, too, that has been signaled by Pew is just the way in which conservatives are more likely to sort of value work in some ways. That obviously dovetails with Arthur Brooks's research here at AEI, and kind of to also value kind of an ethic of personal responsibility, which dovetails with Ian's work in the book Agency. So you can kind of, what I'm saying is you kind of can break out how conservatives are doing better than liberals in a very kind of empirical way, and understand how marriage, family, religion, work, and personal responsibility account for a lot of this gap, but not all of the gap, to respond to the sort of the progressive view that this is just because conservatives have a sort of rose-colored view of the world that they don't. I would also add, though, too, that newer work that's being done by Jonathan Haidt tells us that, and Jean Twenge, who are social psychologists, tells us that among young adults, particularly younger women, liberal women are especially bad off right now psychologically because they have kind of embraced a more, catastrophizing view of the world. And both, I think, Jean and John are center-left people, and they're saying that what's happening out there with regards to social media, in part, is just giving, especially younger women of a more progressive, perspective, a very dark view of the world that then affects their broader outlook and their emotional well-being too. So.
Yes, in the back.
I wonder if any research has been done on the impact of humor and hip culture. For example, Portland, Oregon, as everyone knows, I'm from Oregon, is really a center of incredible decadence in many ways, drugs and so forth. But if you all remember, about 10 years ago, the bumper sticker was, "Keep Portland weird," as if it was, there was Portlandia and so forth. And now it's just a hellhole. I wonder if there's anybody that's done studies of that. And also getting to the idea of women being the saddest group, that for example, Portland has a square now in honor of formerly of a drag queen who was a local character. And what does that say to young children that, for example, a boy with all of you are talking about, that the idea of a man is really a woman, and to a little girl that a man is really is a woman also. So there are no men. I mean, and the fact that the feminist culture, the women do not speak up against drag culture because they don't want to seem blue-nosed and prudish and puritanical, because there's so much stigma against speaking out. J.K. Rowling is the only one that has, and she's in position to do so.
I'm aware of no such research. Really, I'm not familiar with research on that kind of subject. One thing that did segue with what we were talking about just a second ago is that transcendence is kind of a pretty important phenomenon for happiness, for seeing perceiving a future, etc. Something bigger than you. So I think one of the things you can link to conservatives and happiness, and you can talk about how does Portland fall flat on this, is an idea that your happiness is up to yourself somehow. And I think progressives are much more likely to latch onto that than conservatives. That some things are taken for granted, givens in the universe, natural law to some extent, but also sort of the idea that there are claims made upon me that are not malleable. So when you think about linking this to transgender somehow, this idea that, you could change this too, right? Everything is changeable. And it just does not comport with human happiness. But no, I am not aware of particular research on the thing that you asked about.
And Ruth, I'm not familiar with research in Portland, but I will say in Oregon, they just made a decision 2 or 3 weeks ago that affirmed something that's, again, I think so harmful to kids. So the Oregon State Board of Education, in the name of equity, to somehow protect minority kids from oppressive forces, have removed the requirement to demonstrate proficiency in reading and math in order to graduate from high school. Now there'll be much more subjective processes, and just last week, New York State announced that it's probably moving in a similar direction to eliminate something called the Regents requirements. These are all things that go actually against the very things that we need to do to help young people aspire to greater expectations and greater standards. And so these are the things that we have to fight against. We're having a conversation about how to make men moral, how to make kids moral. We know these things. We know strong families, high expectations in education, strong faith commitment. We just have to keep coming back to those as the anchors, as sort of our answer to some of these crazy ideas. Like, rather than spending all of our turf, spending time on other people's turf by saying what's wrong with these ideas, what are we articulating about the institutions that we know work for children?
We have a question here, and then we can go right back here. Up front? Then we'll come back. We'll get two up front.
It strikes me as
Yes.
Yes.
The discussion around loneliness and alienation has become quite, I don't want to say fashionable, but certainly touched on. Our own Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, has called this a crisis of loneliness. I wonder, in the context of family and some of the issues that you're talking about, deaths of despair is also seen under this broader umbrella, whether, and it's a very kind of multi-partisan and also nonpartisan area of research. We've got economists, political scientists, psychologists, all involved in the impact of loneliness, alienation. The furthest extent of it is, at least in the eyes of some, is this increasing issue of suicide, which has been touched on by this panel. I wonder if some of the work that you're doing could be seen in light of or as a response to this broader theme around loneliness, where there seems to be a growing broader both academic and policy acceptance that this is a real crisis.
I think so. I'm always looking for ways to find the nexus point with, normally warring factions. I mean, it's somewhat symbolic. You remember Dr. Ruth Westheimer? Remember her? She was like the expert on sex, right? Last week, Governor Hochul announced that she's now the ambassador of loneliness in New York State, which is very funny, I think. But yeah, no, I think that, I think very much the things that certainly I'm focused on, like the kids in our school now have more time to actually talk to one another in like face-to-face conversations because they're not on their devices, even in the 3-4 minutes of transition from class to class. So it does feel like that's another opportunity for us to come together and say this is a common issue.
But just in general, I'm talking about 40, 50-year declines in marriage, almost linear, and now we're talking about a linear increase in loneliness. I mean, do the math, right? Yeah.
I wanted to build on your earlier question about adolescence. Ian, you quoted, give me a boy until 7 and I'll give you a man. But doesn't a key moment come later to make a man? And you all have said quite a lot about marriage and sex and personal responsibility and commitment. But in appealing to young people, especially young people going through puberty, it seems to me that love has a lot to do with it. And I haven't heard a lot about love from all of you. So I wonder, apart from the data, how does this fit into this early education that young people should be getting?
I mean, marriage, being raised, two-parent house, I mean, for me, it's the essence of love and commitment. So a lot of the things that, again, we could do it even more, is talk about relationships, first as humans. That's why our virtues center around this idea of inherent, respecting the inherent dignity of each individual. Because sometimes it seems we're in a society right now where before we even get to love, we have to cut through sort of the balkanization, like you're black or you're BIPOC or you're transgender. It's kind of the labeling, the dehumanizing of whole groups of people and then ascribing certain characteristics, oppressed, oppressor, marginalized, non-marginalized. So I think first we've got to sift through that and just remember that we're all individual human beings with great capacity, then talk about relationships, and then certainly when it's appropriate, talking about love in that context, if that's what I think you're referring to.
And I think that we have to kind of also, again, we need like a media detox here, right? For for our kids and our teenagers oftentimes, because when I was in all places Utah earlier this week and went out for a Mexican meal with a friend, and we're surrounded by these big screens in this Mexican restaurant in Salt Lake City, and people dancing and doing other things that kind of would suggest to us that like it's all about lust. That's sort of what love is about. It's about lust. And then there are obviously other forces in the culture and the pop culture especially, and to some extent online, that would tell us that kind of love is about kind of the soulmate model, where it's just all about kind of this intense emotional connection between two people. And that's going to kind of sustain you, for the distance. And we know kind of from an older perspective, obviously Leon Cass is writing, Leon, of course, being a former fellow here at AI, has a much sort of richer and deeper and sort of thicker understanding of love. And so trying to kind of communicate to our young adults, to our kids, that love is about, much more than lust, and it's about even more than the sort of soulmate model, that there are ways in which, when you get married and become a wife and a husband and a father and a mother, it's to an important extent about willing the good of the other, to use sort of St. Thomas Aquinas' conception of love. So kind of trying to communicate that sort of richer love that would incorporate a number of goods beyond just sex, beyond just sort of that romantic connection, and to encompass the multiple goods that are associated with marriage and family life. I think would be the ideal when it comes to sort of educating kids at your stage of life.
Yeah, and there's nothing like the message of love when kids see the two adults in their life express affection for each other consistently. That's a beautiful way to demonstrate love.
Sophie, the gentleman to your left has been waiting patiently.
So I'd like to ask a question about the interaction between sociological research and sort of philosophy and theology. So the observation was made that happiness follows being in alignment with the universal norms of the universe, the moral norms of the universe, which of course is the eternal law of God. And Ian made the point that families and children perform better who recognize the existence of God and are involved in religious practice. So does the sociological community or anyone within the sociological community say, well, that data is right because it's true, because God does exist, because there are universal moral norms, and because the good life is not something we define for ourselves, but is objectively extant that we must aspire to and meet?
I don't think they do that, frankly. Not in my experience. Maybe Brad, you. But we have met decent sociologists along the way who believed those things, but that's not near the core of the discipline. Right. It's a far periphery, perhaps. Are there interactions?
No one is willing to make the argument that the data go this way because the underlying phenomenon accords with truth.
I don't hear it much, I'll say that. I think Brad and I probably are similar in this, is that we see sociology as a tool. It's a method of collecting data, making observations, etc. I think they comport with what you say. At the same time, I'm very familiar with how people can torture the data to get what they want, right? So that it seems much more a battle of narratives in sociology. And part of the problem is we're massively outgunned, outspent, all that stuff, so that we're minority voices, but I think we're rational and reasonable minority voices.
Here and here.
Thank you all for being with us. So there's been increasing political polarization along lines of gender in recent years. And I think statistically and anecdotally, that is the most extreme among younger people and Gen Z. So I guess, do y'all have any thoughts on what implications that is going to have going forward for our politics, but especially for marriage and family formation and other phenomena?
So Lyman Stone and I published a piece on this in The Atlantic a little while ago, just making the point that we are seeing, obviously, young women move in a more progressive direction, and young men moving in a slightly more, or conservative direction, or not as progressive as women. And so there's basically a gap where the progressive women don't have enough, progressive men to kind of date and potentially marry. And the conservative men don't have enough conservative women to potentially, date and marry as well. So this is part of the, one additional problem besides the ones that Mark articulated at the beginning of our session that is confronting young adults today. So I think one reason too, at least in the short term, to be fairly pessimistic about both marriage and childbearing in the U.S. So we've got multiple reasons, ideological, technological, the class divide you touched on, Ian. There are a lot of factors that are the public policies and legal dynamics that Robbie articulated in his book, a while back. So, yeah, I think this is more rough sailing ahead, basically. And I would say, now the Washington Post did run a piece before Thanksgiving, I guess. I think before Thanksgiving, yes, highlighting this challenge. And for the first time, the editorial board was both sort of saying that, this is lamentable because marriage is associated with good outcomes for adults and for the society at large. So that was actually nice to see the Washington Post editorial board kind of, hooray for marriage. And they suggested that young adults should be kind of dating and marrying across ideological lines. And so on the one hand, I think that's a good gesture. But I would also say, too, as a sociologist who studies these dynamics, that couples tend to be more likely to flourish when they're on the same page ideologically, particularly now around issues related to sort of work and family. So having kind of common expectations about how they're going to organize their work lives and how they're going to handle, the bearing and rearing of children as well as a couple. So what I would say, I guess, to the Post is I'm all for a Republican and a Democrat getting married, but just be very clear about how you're going to, be on sort of roughly the same page when it comes to these sort of big questions revolving around how do we handle, work and family. And if we're on the same page on those issues, then, but for a lot of folks, it's going to be hard to navigate that.
I mean, as the marriage rate goes down, you've got people asking questions, single people, who will take care of me, who will watch out for my interests, and women and men veer in very different directions on the answer to that question, and it has a great deal of political valence and repercussions.
So, and one more point just on that too. I mean, I think we've had this idea, on the left for a while that sort of immigration and the increasingly, the demographic shifts unfolding along the lines of race and ethnicity immigration would kind of push us inexorably in a democratic direction. And now we have scholars here at AEI who are kind of pushing back against that. But on the single piece, I think what's also interesting, judging by these recent trends and also like the South Korean case, what we're seeing is that yes, single women are moving in a very kind of progressive direction. But for single men, what we've been seeing both in the US a little bit and South Korea in a big way is that single men are moving right. So I think the point I'm getting at is that we can't assume that kind of the retreat from marriage and the rise of the singles would inexorably steer us in a straightforwardly progressive direction, because I think single men become, as we've seen in some ways too in the US, but especially again in South Korea, they often tend to gravitate towards more populist and anti-feminist, leaders.
Well, I think we're out of time. I know there were some more questions, but join me in thanking our panel for a great discussion.